Just a reminder, in the meantime, please change your name so that you first name or name, as well as your position and personal pronouns if you choose to do so. Okay, we're gonna get started soon. I'm just waiting for the parliamentarian to show up. Yale University is situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples. The SMU recognizes and respects these nations as the traditional custodians of the land and water on which it is located. Moving on to item 3, attendance. Moving on to item 3, attendance. Situated on the when I say your name, of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations. Say here, présent, ultimately of your choosing. If you are a proxy, I don't believe you are a proxy. If I don't believe there are any proxies here, but if there are, please say proxy, and I will wait for you to spell your name for the purpose of the minutes, and as well as like what position you would hold within the relevant society. So we're going to begin with Councillor Collins Arts.
Present.
Councillor Karasik Arts.
Present.
Councillor Smith Arts.
Hold on.
Councillor Williamson Arts.
Present.
Councillor Litvina Arts and Science.
Present.
Councillor Mulvaney Athletics.
Present.
Councillor Guiaz de Amzil Francophone Affairs.
Présent, Madame la Présidente.
Clubs Representative 1, I'm just going to input your name. Clubs Representative 1, can you just indicate your name so I can indicate it in the attendance?
Hussein Awan, present.
And Clubs Representative 2?
Ahmed El Zamar, present.
Dentistry Representative Lee?
Present.
Interrupt. Can we also get your pronouns, please, for the club reps?
Oh,
My pronouns are he, him.
Mine also.
just Wing, did you admit member of the gallery, Mustafa Faki, I'm going to ask, did you fill out the attendance request form? Okay. Moving on to Councillor Bullhose Education.
Here.
Councillor Kirksu Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Reed Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Bonin Law.
Présent.
Councillor Gunderman Management.
Present.
Councillor Coonsden Management.
Present.
Councillor Juan Medicine.
Present.
Councillor Kota Dottie, am I saying that correctly?
Yes, present.
Councillor G, Nursing.
Present.
Councillor Morgan, PTOT.
Present.
Councillor Fernandez, Science.
Present.
Councillor Sood, Science.
Present.
Councillor Zhang, Science.
Here.
Councillor Daryanani, Senate Caucus.
Présent.
SMU President. VP University Affairs.
Présent.
VP Student Life.
Present.
And VP Finance.
Present.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to the next. Yep,
Sorry
sure.
to interrupt, Madam Speaker. I'm here.
Yep. Okay, let me indicate. Oh, and as well as we also have theology. One moment, please.
Present.
All right. Are there any other I believe we have everyone, but did I miss anyone else?
Me too, I think.
Yep. Okay. First year council rep. All right. With no other individuals, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Moving on to item 4, approval of the minutes. We have one set of minutes to approve, the Legislative Council Public Minutes 2020-0924. The minutes have been distributed. Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? Are there any corrections or changes to the minutes at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes as distributed?
So moved, Collins.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collins. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the minutes will stand approved. Moving on. Is SSMU president here? Moving on to item 5, statement from the board of directors. This was supposedly supposed to be presented by SSMU president, but SSMU president is currently having internet connection issues. I'm going to first ask an executive. Executive, would you or one of you feel comfortable presenting on SSMU president's behalf?
I can read the statement if necessary.
VP University Affairs, would you prefer me to wait? I'm good either way.
It might be best to wait. I'm not sure that any other executive has any context other than what's written in the statement itself.
Okay. Okay. Well, ultimately your choice. I will recognize it or we can wait.
With the understanding that I probably can't answer any questions regarding the statement, I can absolutely present it for the purpose, for the purpose of having it entered into the meeting, but I ultimately can't answer questions. I'm not sure any other executive would be able to answer questions.
Okay, I think we'll wait for SSMU president, just in the case that his SSMU president without fail is the one mandated to answer on. VP Student Life, I got mixed signals if the SSMU president was coming. We're just going to assume SSMU president is not able to attend at the current moment. So VP University Affairs, if you'd like to present the report, you can.
Sure, just give me 1 second to pull it up.
And you can defer any questions to me, assuming that if there's any members of the board on council, but unless you can't answer them, but I'll only answer if if an executive is unable to answer.
Sure. So I believe this statement has been entered into the Legislative Council Drive that all of us have access to, unless it's the desire of council to have me read the statement.
Point of personal privilege, to request to read the statement.
Yeah, VP University Affairs, you may read the whole statement.
Okay, so to clarify, this statement is the one that was it the one that was submitted on the behalf of Director Lametti?
Nope, that's that was Director Lametti's own inclusion. There's one that the president and governance manager.
Give me 1 second to find that. Could I actually motion for maybe a 2-minute recess?
Yeah, so can we have a second on that behalf?
Second motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? All right, hearing none, a 2-minute recess has been granted. So any issues that pertain to the president's behalf, we will either postpone, defer. We'll get there when we get there. But VP University Affairs, are you ready?
Yes, yeah, I can present the statement.
Okay.
So essentially, the statement, which as I see currently is in a point form summary of the concerns that certain directors had regarding the amendment that was proposed, specifically the motion regarding amendments to the equity policy to ensure equitable communication practices. So specifically, there were concerns that were brought forward in regards to possibility of equity in HR complaints to be brought forward, ensuing the implementation of Amendment 1.5.1b. Specifically, these concerns will be that should these amendments be implemented, the equity commissioners will need to evaluate the case by case of each complaint based on acceptable communications. Legislative Council will possibly need to supervise and define the stances and positions of acceptable communications of the society in virtue of its democratic and political nature. In accordance with the language barriers between English and French, there may arise issues of interpretation and translation. More specifically, profanity in English may not be as harsh or defined as it is in French. Furthermore, religious beliefs, the board deemed that individuals with different religious beliefs may not feel comfortable seeing public communications or the use of profanity from the society's representatives. Furthermore, directors would like further clarification as to how 1.5.1b will be specifically defined and supervised, as it may open SMU to liability and administrative incapacity. For example, should a staff member interpret a SMU communication with informal language as a lack of professionalism and thus file a complaint? There were further concerns with 1.5.5 regarding specifically, the directors desired for an amendment to remove the speaker as the role is not involved in public communications, that it should be amended to the communications department rather. Furthermore, the board believes that they may encounter difficulty in conforming with informal language in published communications, specifically with reference to legal and HR matters. Furthermore, as Legislative Council deals with social justice and political matters, it's important to ensure that the context and the information provided in these communications is properly and accurately indicated. Some concerns are in regards to the interpretation of published communication in an informal and simple, accessible language, that these may differ from one individual to another depending on who the audience is. So to the best of our ability, that is a summary of the concerns of the Board of Directors. I'd also note for the purposes of the minutes that I was the original mover of this motion. So if there are any problems with interpretation, I believe to the best of my ability I've been impartial in basically reading the statement. But if there are any concerns, feel free to voice them.
All right, so we're going to, we're going to enter into quick question period only on exactly, we're not going to speak more on why it was returned. We understand, like, the details for the reasons regarding its return to Legislative Council has been ruled out. I will entertain question period, but the questions have to remain specifically on the board's decision and not on the motion itself. We are going to re-enter question period and debate on the motion itself. But if you have any questions, you are more than free to indicate so either through raising your hand or by the speaking list, and I will recognize you accordingly. Yep. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Oui, c'est une question pour n'importe quel administrateur ou administratrice qui se trouve ici. Est-ce que ça a été considéré que les commissaires d'équité ont déjà la fonction d'administration de certaines ressources humaines importantes, y compris tout ce qui concerne des plaintes d'équité et qu'ils siègent en fait sur le comité aux ressources humaines au sein du conseil d'administration? Si oui, pourquoi est-ce toujours un concern du conseil administratif? Merci.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. I'm going to defer to you, VP University Affairs.
A point of personal privilege.
Councillor Doriani.
May I request for a translation of the said speech?
Sure.
As speaker, I'm not mandated to provide a translation. I'm ultimately, if Councillor Guiaz de Amsel would like to provide a translation, they are free to do so. But given that it is an expectation of councillors to at least be bilingual in the fact to, it's not, but Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, would you feel comfortable translating?
Sure. Just noting, however, that an interesting feature that I learned about the Arts Undergraduate Society in the last week is that they do have a mandate to provide such translations. So it might be interesting in the interest of equity and the increased Francisation of the society that such a translation be provided by the formal bodies. Notwithstanding, my question was whether the Board of Directors had considered that the equity commissioners do already partake in fairly substantive equity decisions, this including fielding all equity complaints, and the fact that they sit on the Human Resources Committee. And if so, I was wondering why this is a sustained concern in light of these features of the equity commissioners' job descriptions.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, VP University Affairs.
I will, in answering this question, I will echo my comments that were entered in the public session of the Board of Directors when this was brought for ratification. In my opinion and in my professional capacity, I do not see, I do not share the concerns with regards to placing this under the oversight of the equity commissioners. I would agree with Councillor Guiaz de Amsel in saying that, largely speaking, this is already quite similar well, this already falls within the realm of what would be considered the mandate of equity commissioners. Equity commissioners are already quite trained and vetted to adjudicate on very similar matters regarding the equity policy, as Councillor Guiaz de Amsel said, like any and all equity complaints. And in that sense, I would agree that, or I guess I would say that the equity commissioners are more than capable of adjudicating any complaint that might arise as a result of this amendment and the added protections.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. VP University Affairs, would you like to speak again? I just noticed your name on the speaking list.
I did have a question. However, that being said, I will ask it. But if it's not something that can be answered, it would be more of I guess, a governance related question with regards to the fact that this amendment was not ratified and thus sent back to Legislative Council. However, in the interest of preserving the impartiality of the dais, I'm going to refrain from asking the question. I realize that it might put the dais in an uncomfortable position.
All right, thank you very much. Just for the purpose of the for the member of the gallery, Andre Lametti, Mr. Lametti, your personal reasons have been placed into the drive for the Legislative Council for them to peruse. It's also under the understanding that all individuals, that those concerns were put into the initial statement. That being said, I will give you about 1 minute if you'd like to speak on it. 1 minute if you'd like to speak on your personal reasons as a member of the gallery, and please state your personal pronouns and the constituency you represent, in this case, as a director.
Donc, merci. André Lametti, pronom masculin. Je suis administrateur. Je voulais justement répondre à la question du conseiller Guiaz de Amsel. Pour mes raisons qui m'appartiennent à moi, pas nécessairement aux autres administrateurs. Au fond, je suis d'accord que les commissaires à l'équité ont les capacités pour faire des investigations pour certaines questions. Mais dans certains des problèmes qui pourraient être relevés par les faits qui sont visés par cette résolution, je pense que c'est des choses qui sont plutôt sous la direction soit des ressources humaines en tant que telles ou du conseil législatif. Ce n'est pas toujours des matières purement d'équité. Et donc, que ce processus soit soumis à une investigation d'équité comme telle qui s'est délignée dans la politique, je ne suis pas sûr que c'est nécessairement la meilleure façon opérationnellement de procéder. Comme j'ai dit dans mes raisons, je ne suis pas opposé à l'idée de la motion, mais je pense que ça devrait être encadré par un processus peut-être plus approprié. Bon, pour moi, ça, c'était vraiment mes raisons.
All right. Thank you very much, Director Lametti. Are there recognizing, I believe Councillor Wan has a question. So Councillor Wan.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to speak to the presence of Senator Lametti's letter on the drive, but now that Senator Lametti has had a chance to explain his reasons, I think I don't need to speak anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Karasik.
Yeah, this is just a point of personal privilege. I still can't seem to find the statement from the board of directors, only the statement from Director Lametti.
I'm not sure, VP University Affairs, I'm not sure if it actually is in the drive yet, just because of course
it is not.
No, it's not. It's going to, we may put it into the drive afterwards.
Okay.
Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Is your hand still raised, or is this from before?
Non, non, c'est à nouveau.
All right, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, c'est une question ouverte, donc je vais le diriger à la présidente. Est-ce que on aimerait bien modifier la motion, la proposition pour dire que les principales influenceraient des investigations sur équité et de ressources humaines sans bien donner des mandats au commissaire à l'équité, and to translate, which I hope doesn't run out time and is viewed as neutral time. Yep. Great. The open question, which I'm directing to the speaker, because this, I suppose, is both for the directors who are present today, as well as the movers of the motion and anyone else at the council. Would folks in general be amenable to a changing of wording in order to address these concerns, to say that the following principles should be espoused during disciplinary measures and or with respect to equity complaints, as I believe this might alleviate some added binding, added liability concerns that would result from the sort of binding wording which is in the original motion.
Okay, I'm just going to remind, I'm going to have to strike that from the record, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. I apologize for this, only because the motion specifically, I mean, the item for discussion currently is only on the statement of the board of directors. So questions in that case would be mainly regarding clarification from the board of directors personally. But you are more than free to do so, to bring up those concerns again. Yeah, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Yeah, can I just ask then that the statement from the board of directors either be dropped in the chat or somewhere else, so that it can be clearly framed what the scope of the discussion is? Thank you.
University Affairs, would it be possible for you to, please and thank you?
Yes, I can do so, keeping in mind that the statement is currently in a very informal bulleted form.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, VP University Affairs. All right. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, is this from prior or is this a new one?
Non, effectivement, c'est à l'ancien. Je suis désolé, je vais baisser mon mic. Merci.
Just for point of clarification, for Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, do you know if you have speaking list access? It's fine if you're using the raise your hand. I just want to make sure that you are actually able to edit the speaking list.
En fait, je l'ai. Cependant, je suis sur un Chromebook que j'ai acheté à $100. Ça fait 2 ans, donc ça fonctionne pas vraiment avec une efficacité qu'on a besoin pour de tels meetings, malheureusement.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Okay, so with that concluded, we're going to move on to item, Wayne, can you move up a little bit? All right, item 6, adoption of the agenda. So the agenda has been distributed. Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda at this time?
Could I propose a change?
All right, VP University Affairs.
Thank you. I would note that in past years, representatives of the Senate caucus were referred to as senators in council meetings. I don't want to drag this up, but would it be possible to amend 15E E to read Councillor Darianani Senakakis, or sorry, Senator Darianani Senakakis.
Okay, yep. Are there any other corrections? Wing, can you make that reflect that change? Thank you very much. Are there any other corrections or changes to the agenda at this time?
Juste en point de privilège.
Councillor Guiaz de Amzel.
Je ne sais pas si c'est le cas pour les autres conseillers et conseillères, mais il y a deux des motions qui devraient être entretenues aujourd'hui qui ne sont pas accessibles sur le Drive, y compris motion regarding SSMU daycare fee, I believe, and the musician collective fee.
Oh, because this is on the agenda, Councillor Guiaz de Amzel, given that SSMU president is not here, the question that you had submitted for the SSMU president, would you like it to be deferred to next council?
Non, merci. Je peux le diriger vers l'un des exécutifs qui peut soit le diriger vers la présidente, vu que c'est une question de gouvernance, en fait. J'ai la confiance qu'on peut en demander. Mais oui, encore une fois, juste pour dire que les propositions 13D et E ne sont pas accessibles au conseil dans le Drive.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amzel, and thank you very much for that clarification. Are there...
Speaker, if I can translate, I think Councillor Guiaz de Amzel was also mentioning the fact that 13D and E aren't accessible because it's not like viewable by the councillors. And so there's something being done to address that.
Yeah, can you edit that?
Yep, I'll look into it.
Okay, perfect. All right, are there, just putting it out there, are there any other individuals who do not see any specific motions at this time? Councillor Mulvaney.
Yeah, it would appear that I have E, D, and motion 12B locked on my Google Drive.
Okay. All right, so Councillor, the parliamentarian will go over all of the motions. We'll ensure that all councillors have access to all the motions. We apologize for this inconvenience. As well, sometimes if you just refresh after the parliamentarian has adjusted, the situation is fixed. That being said, if it does persist, just do a point of parliamentary inquiry and a point of personal privilege, and we'll ensure that that's fixed. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak? Are there any other individuals wishing to amend or correct the agenda at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move.
All right, thank you very much. I'll take Councillor Smith and Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved. Moving on to item 7, report of the steering committee. Wing.
Sorry, could I get a motion for a recess because I need to change all the settings? I mean, ideally, so what I can do also is just copy and paste the links on the speaking list, which I think is a much quicker option. Anyone can see it. Because otherwise, right now, for whatever reason, all the motions are restricted to only like the creators of the motion and the dais. So I would have to manually insert every name, which would take much longer.
Don't worry.
If I can get, let's say, 3 or 4 minutes, that'd be.
Motion for a recess.
Okay, we have a motion for a recess. Can I have a second?
Guiaz de Amzel.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amzel. Is there any opposition? All right, a 3-minute recess has been granted. and they may be sent to me at speaker@smu.ca. For confidential session, there is no confidential session scheduled for this evening. That concludes the report of the steering committee. Are there any questions on the report of the steering committee at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on. We'll move on to item 8. Guest speakers. There are no guest speakers for this evening. Moving on to item 9, announcements. All individuals with announcements can either indicate so via the speaking list or by the use of hands or by the use of the raise of hands feature, and I will recognize you accordingly. We'll begin with the University Affairs.
Hello, everyone. So as we draw closer to like exam season, final season, I wanted to share something that was brought to our attention. So I know there are a lot of professors that are still requiring that their students have their cameras on during lectures, well, synchronous Zoom lectures. I just wanted to mention that it was brought to our attention that this could, or brought to the attention of AgSem, who then shared it with us, that this could be a possible breach of Quebec privacy law. So if any of you or your friends are in synchronous lectures where your professor requires cameras being on, I'd ask that you please bring that to my attention.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Bullhose.
On a personal privilege.
Councillor Smith.
I'm looking at the speaking list and it looks a little confusing as to who wants to speak for announcements and on question period. I'm just wondering if like
all individuals currently, yeah, all individuals currently on the list are assuming to speak for announcements.
Okay.
I will make that distinction, however, Councillor Smith, Councillor Bullhose.
So this might take a little bit, but I don't know if all of you are very familiar with the education program, but we're required to do 1 field experience and internship per semester. They range from 3 weeks in length to an entire semester, and they're usually pretty stressful programs where you're teaching anywhere from 30% of the time to 100% of a full workload. As I'm sure you're all aware, when we went to Red Alert last Monday, the schools were one of the gathering places that the government has decided must remain open, even though there's much evidence to believe that they're the cause of the recent spike. Many McGill's education students are currently on their stages, me included. That's why I'm a little frazzled right now. They've voiced many concerns to our student association. And we've developed a certain open letter of sorts that just voice some of the concerns. I'm just gonna bring a few up now, and this is also kind of a call for help, I guess, from other student associations and faculties that have in-person internships. And I guess we're just asking what your student bodies, what your constituencies are feeling during this stressful time, if they're doing internships in person, and what your faculty, your internships and student affairs office is doing to help. So some concerns that we have is student teachers are being sent into school without proper PPE. Most host schools don't even provide PPE, yet they require you to wear your disposable mask and change it at least once a day. So students are paying out of pocket for these. Our internships and student affairs office is only now having a conversation about creating a budget for this. Your safety as a student teacher is dependent whether your host school is implementing social distancing guidelines or not. McGill as an institution has not, has deemed it unsafe for people to be on our campus and gather in large numbers, yet there's no contingency plan in place for our students, and it shows a complete disregard for our health. Additionally, students who do become ill with COVID-19 are required to make up missed days, and possibly if they miss too many days, they may be required to redo their entire field placement. Additionally, the director of the ISA has spoken to several of our classes, and she has stated that there's no level of severity that the pandemic would warrant the removal of student teachers from schools.
Can I have a motion to extend Councillor Bullhose's time?
Motion to
extend. Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Krosek. For how long?
It's 5 minutes, good.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Seconded, Senator Darnani.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daryanani. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 5 minute extension has been granted.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Guiazza Enzo. ISA is the Internships and Student Affairs Office. So as I was saying, the director of our Internships and Student Affairs Office, so the agency that should be fighting for us, should be advocating for us, she stated that there is no level of severity that the pandemic would warrant the removal of student teachers from schools. She sees it as a numbers game, and she's even described it as such, 2 court classes of student teachers. She has stated that it is inevitable that student teachers might get sick and possibly die. She's also told us many times that it was our decision to start our internships and we had the option to defer it. The time we made this decision was in August, and we have changed now from a green zone to a red zone. Currently, the add drop and withdrawal periods are over, and students that drop their field experience cannot take any other courses other than the internship that they signed up for. They made a slight extension to defer with refund, but it only alleviates 1/3 of our tuition cost. Deferral for those who feel uncomfortable, unsafe, and unsupported will result in losing a full semester and delaying graduation without a full refund. This again will present students in a difficult position. Is their safety more important than losing a semester while still having to pay the majority of their tuition? Many students cannot afford to lose that amount of money or delay their undergrad due to their visas, ultimately compromising their safety, and they're given no other choice. Additionally, if there is a possibility of going online, it's impossible for most student teachers to use the platforms that their schools will be using. Most schools in the Montreal area are using Google Classroom software, which is encrypted and only allows for members of the school board to access. Both McGill IT and relative school boards, departments of IT have been made aware of this, but they make no effort to solve it. So this was brought up by our Vice President Communications and our Senator. And their goals from their open letter, they want McGill to be more flexible with the refunds. They need McGill to give students the opportunity to defer throughout the semester without being financial or academically penalized. They want to declare, they're demanding that the ISA declare circumstances where the government will take stagiaires out of the classroom for their safety and move their stage online. And students will not be penalized for missing stage due to COVID reasons. They will not have to make up their full internship or even individual days. And finally, we are demanding that we're provided with training and qualifications for online learning.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bullhose. Moving on, we have Senator Daryanani.
Sorry, I just had a glass of water almost spill on my laptop. But essentially, I just wanted to announce that the Faculty of Arts is having a town hall on remote learning tomorrow at 1 p.m. So I will be attending, maybe, depending on whether or not I have other issues, but I will definitely be voicing my concerns through a forum or through the responsible people that will be attending. So while I do understand this is an arts council and most arts reps are here and that we discuss these issues at AUS, I do think that one of the ways that we can pressure the university to make university-wide changes is by bringing concerns to various faculty departments so that they are addressed to as a whole. So if you have any concerns that you'd like me to voice, please email me at artssenator1@smu.ca.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. Moving on to announcements, to question period, we have, before moving on to question from Councillor Smith, we have a submitted question from Representative Guiazza Ansel. I'll read it in French and then I'll translate. L'année passée, la question de référendum, oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. This is for an executive originally intended for the president, but in the president's absence, it will be intended for any other executive who is able to respond. So l'année passée, la question de référendum sur le levé pour l'équité n'a pas plus inclus un changement de nature, opt-out ou non-opt-out, ainsi qu'une augmentation. Pourquoi est-ce différent cette année concernant le levé pour la santé mentale? Last year, the question of the referendum on the equity fee did not include a change of the nature from opt-out to non-opt-out, as well as an increase. Why is it different this year concerning the mental health fee? Any executive willing to answer that can just raise their hand and I'll recognize you accordingly. Yep, VP Student Life.
Okay, yes, so I'm happy to answer this one. So I moved this motion to increase the mental health fee and also make it non-opt-outable. One of the reasons for this is because, well, as part of like a commitment to prioritizing mental health at the university and especially in the COVID context, I think it's important that we are able to, I guess, like obtain, like it's kind of, I think it's important that we're able to obtain as much like funding as possible for this fee and make sure that we don't have people who are like, I guess we felt that it was important enough for it to be opt-outable or non-opt-outable. And also within the mental health policy and plan that was moved last year, there is a plan to, I guess, make the fee non-opt-outable by 2021. So it was with those goals in mind that we moved this motion for referendum.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Guiaz de Amzo, I'll allow you 1 minute for a follow-up.
Oui, juste en clarification, je comprends bien la nécessité d'avoir une augmentation et une modification dans la nature de cette levée de fonds. Ma question, c'est plutôt c'était pour le président à cause du nature du question, ce qui est de gouvernance. Il me semble qu'il y a une modification précédente, c'est-à-dire que la question est à la fois l'augmentation et le non-opt-out. L'année passée, la vice-présidente Madeleine Wilson a tenté de faire la même chose avec la levée de fonds d'équité, puis ça n'a pas été possible. On a dû demander ça en 2 questions séparément. C'est peut-être à la direction du bureau du Student Life and Learning que ceci s'est passé. Donc, c'était vraiment une question de détail et non une question de justification. Je comprends très bien pourquoi, pas pourquoi, mais je comprends que l'état du santé mentale des étudiants n'est pas optimal. And to translate, the question was really one of changing precedents. So I understand that the state of mental health of students at McGill is not optimal and that the Wellness Hub isn't doing enough. Like that wasn't really the question. The question is, why is it the case that this question is at the same time asking to make it non-opt-outable and to increase the fee? As last year, this was disallowed to Vice President Madeleine Wilson, who tried to do the same thing with the equity fee. It seems as though students need to be asked these 2 separate questions. Otherwise, the question risks being blocked by the Office of Student Life and Learning. So it's just more of a governance and detail question rather than asking the Vice President of Student Life to justify what is clearly a very important fee.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amzo, VP Student Life.
Okay, I'll just respond and just, first of all, thank you for pointing that out because I did not know that the equity fee last year was also, this was intended to be done with the equity fee, but I'm more than willing to also alter this motion or alter the referendum question to make it 2 different questions. Yeah, so thank you for that clarification, Councillor.
All right, thank you very much. Our 5-minute period has been exhausted. However, seeing as there's other questions, other individuals wishing to ask a question, can we have a motion to extend question period at this time?
Motion to extend.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Wan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Sorry, Councillor Bonin, for how long would you like to extend?
3 minutes should be sufficient.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan, is that amenable to you?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any opposition on an extension by 3 minutes? Seeing none, we'll move, seeing none, it will be stand approved, and I'll now recognize Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a fortnight ago, the report was released into the University Student Assessment Policy, and for the Canadians, I'll call it USAP for the next minute. And it was a very interesting report, and I want to read a quote from page 11, which reads, one identified themselves as a mature student who had attended other institutions and described McGill assessments as, quote, astonishingly unprofessional and the worst I've ever seen anywhere, unquote. Another stated that they expected more of McGill University prior to arriving, unquote. So my question is to the Vice President of University Affairs. One, what was the part of this report that most surprised them, and how will this impact their advocacy on assessments moving forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm just taking over for the speaker as she has to walk out for a minute. Okay, moving on. Oh, and it was a question, yes. Yeah. It was to the Vice President.
University Affairs.
University Affairs. So VP University Affairs, do you have a response?
I do, thank you. First of all, thank you, Councillor Smith, for introducing the USAP report. We're very proud of that report. I would say that what surprised me most was really the uniformity of opinions and the willingness of students to speak out against the administration's current policies regarding assessment and the university's current practices for assessment. Like, this report has been a long time coming, and it was really moving to see how willing students were to speak out and how much there was to say. Sorry if that seems like a kind of a cop-out answer, but it's the truth. Second of all, I guess this is somewhat of an announcement, but the working group to amend the University Student Assessment Policy has recently been struck. Both myself and the student rights researcher and advocacy commissioner who actually authored the USAP report are both counted in the membership of that group. And I will say that, at least from my observations of the first meeting, that all of the current members, both student and faculty, are kind of the uniform opinion that the university's assessment process really needs an overhaul. And specifically with the USAP, like the University Student Assessment Policy, we're going to be spending the year doing just that, really overhauling the university's practices, and I will keep council updated.
Thank you so much, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you very much. We have one other question. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. I'm going to note, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, we're probably going to need to extend your time, but we'll get there when we get there.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Je conçois qu'il y a un rapport du comité à l'engagement communautaire qui n'a pas été soumis. Je me suis également rendu compte qu'il n'y a pas une commissaire à l'engagement communautaire. Donc, ceci est dirigé encore une fois vers les exécutants. Je peux demander c'est quoi le statut sur nos efforts dans l'engagement communautaire avec Montréal. Est-ce qu'on entend l'embauchement d'un commissaire, etc. So that's a question to the executive committee. I noticed that there is a report on the community engagement committee that hasn't been submitted. There also doesn't seem to be a community engagement commissioner at this point. So this is a general question for the executives, which regrettably cannot be addressed to the VP External Affairs, who's not here, which is just a general status update on what's going on around community engagement, our engagement to make sure that students have sort of presence in Montreal and the ability to engage with the Montreal community. If someone could just speak to what is happening on that front.
Before an executive, one of the executives, can you just grant me a bit of time so I can explain regarding the VP External and regarding the submission of the report, and then I will defer back to you.
Do I have to move that or just yes?
Thank you. Okay. So regarding the report, basically because the current VP External is on an unexplained absence right now, communicating the fact that we needed a report for the Community Engagement Committee was not exactly indicated because there was a sort of coordination issue with his absence. It was hard to coordinate. That being said, I can say that there is community engagement, and they are slated to present and will present for this evening. We do actually have an individual in attendance who will be presenting, but furthermore, on the issue of actually community engagement with organizations and individuals in Montreal, I will once again defer to an executive. So any executive who feels comfortable, you can feel free to speak. I need to gavel myself. Can we have a motion to extend?
Motion to extend by 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second?
Seconded by Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 5-minute extension has been granted. Any executive wishing to reply to Councillor Guiaz de Amzel's question can speak now.
I can provide an answer. Although I don't imagine this is going to be a very satisfactory answer. I can speak on, I guess, what I've been doing with regards to community affairs, keeping in mind that for the most part, a lot of our community engagement has been put on hold while the VP External is on leave, and that aspect of the portfolio wasn't really, unfortunately, could not formally really be delegated to any other executive. No executive really had the capacity to take on another major portfolio piece. That being said, some examples of, I guess, like community affairs that I've been working on has included the consultation process for the Royal Victoria Hospital project. The administration has begun public consultations, as actually Councillor Guiaz de Amzel knows. And I have been attending those meetings in place of the VP External, continually stressing the importance of community affairs and community representation in the hospital project, which we, I guess, want to avoid turning into just another research building.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Seeing no other individuals with questions, we're going to move on to item 11, recess and consent items. Given that we do have new counselors, we're going to briefly, sorry, I wasn't expecting that to finish so quickly. I'm going to quickly brief everyone on what consent vote is. Once again, in your drives, everyone, there is going to be a document titled voting, counselor voting directions. This provides you the opportunity to not only view every single motion up for every single voting form up for the for vote tonight, as well on the top, there is a consent vote. What a consent vote does is once it brings you to the form and once I've opened access to vote on the form, you're going to have the availability to vote ahead of time before any sort of question period or debate, vote ahead of time on any motions. So assuming that you've done your due diligence as counselors, you should have reviewed. I'm going to slightly, given that I understand that there were some issues, I'm going to waive that part aside. But typically, assuming that you've reviewed the motions ahead of time, the consent vote is simply speaking, the way for you to approve a motion ahead of time without it entering debate or question period. So this is to say, if you believe a motion is not contentious and you don't think it needs to be questioned or debated, you can feel free to indicate approve. If you believe that it absolutely needs to be debated, you can vote debate. If you are unsure, you can just leave it blank and that will be taken as an abstention. However, it will not ultimately be tallied in whether or not a motion is approved unanimously or not. It's your vote exists, but it's when it's abstained, it's almost as if it doesn't in that capacity as well. I would strongly recommend, ultimately, the way you vote is ultimately up to you. If you vote debate, I would strongly recommend and would hope if you vote debate that you personally would either like to speak to participate in question period and or debate. If you know you are not willing to speak in question period or debate, it seems voting debate when a motion is not necessarily needed to be deemed debate is often takes up more time than it would than just approving it unanimously to begin with. Are there any questions on how a consent vote works? All right, seeing none, we're going to begin the 5-minute recess. I will open up voting for counselors. Again, if it does not work at first, simply refresh your page and you should be able to good to go. Communication Practices 2020-0924. Given that this was motivated at the last time, at the last Legislative Council, and furthermore, given that the motivation has not changed, we're not going to require a new motivation. Instead, we are going to move swiftly on to question period. All individuals with questions can indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hands. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. I don't think that.
Senator Daryanani, is this a question?
My bad. Well, why do people reject this?
So we're going to note that as an open question. Individuals who may not be in favor of it, you can choose to reply. You can ultimately choose not to. There is no mandate on your behalf to do either or. Councillor Karasik.
Oh no, I also had a question, not an answer.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that with the individuals wishing to speak, they are not going to reply to that. So I'm still going to recognize you, Councillor Karasik.
All right, give me 1 second to just get the document open up. So I had a question about the statement from the board directors relevant to this, which is one of the concerns was individual different religious beliefs might not feel comfortable seeing public communications use profanity. But my open question is, what part of this resolution actually does that affect? Because as far as I can read it, that's like not an issue I'm seeing with this resolution. It seems like a side issue that's been tacked on.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik, for replying to that question again. Given that this is the decision of the board, there is no individual that is mandated to reply to this. However, if there is a director that feels comfortable, or a member of the gallery on board that feels comfortable replying, you can raise your hand and I will recognize you. Do not feel the need to, just given that the board does not have there's no individual mandated from board to reply. VP University Affairs, is this in response?
Yes, yeah. Right, so from my interpretation of the statement of the board, I believe the concern was that seeing as the protections outlined in the amendments would extend to official channels of communication of the society in certain cases, I believe the concern was that depending on an individual's religious beliefs, they could be in some way offended or made uncomfortable seeing profanity through an official channel. However, I will note that the inclusion of content warnings was a provision made in the, I guess at this point, again, proposed amendment that was meant to address that concern.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time?
Oui, madame.
Councillor Guiazza-Ansel.
Juste en réponse aux questions du sénateur, je les dirigerai vers le document Statement of the Board of Directors on the motion regarding amendments to the equity policy, etc. En rappel pour le conseil en général, faut engager avec cette réponse par le conseil d'administration et non entrer à nouveau dans un débat qu'on a bien sûr exploré la dernière fois à dire. So that's to say, I think it would be prudent for council to limit the scope of this debate to like the concerns of the board of directors and then try to find amendments in order to move forward rather than reopening this whole discussion, because I imagine, though I regrettably wasn't here last time, that this was pretty well explored last council, and there wouldn't necessarily be a need to rip open the entire motion again.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Seeing no further individuals with questions, we'll move on to debate. All individuals with debate can either raise their hand or indicate they'd like to participate via the speaking list. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
I'd like to yield my time to member Andre Lametti from the gallery.
Yeah, member of the gallery, Andre Lametti.
Thank you. I guess that was sort of an unexpected yielding, but at any rate, as I agree with what Commissioner Guiaz de Amsel said, that the reasons why the board rejected this motion or failed to ratify it are available to you. And at least for my personal reasons, again, I'm not opposed to the goals of this motion. I just think it should be maybe done differently, and the reasons for this I outlined in my communication to the Legislative Council. So at least personally, I would encourage you to maybe make changes based on that feedback so that it can pass and so that you can exert your power to legislate and to enact policy for this move.
All right, thank you very much, member of the gallery. VP University Affairs.
Right, thank you. So attempting to limit this to the concerns of the board of directors, I would express that, I guess, at least in my personal opinion, that the concerns of the board of directors did not warrant having this amendment sent back to Legislative Council. Even in the cited opinions of the board of directors who voted in opposition, from what I can tell, there are no serious legal or financial ramifications brought about by this motion. And as such, I did not believe it was appropriate that the board should send this back to Legislative Council. I, in my opinion, believe that that was an overstep. However, to avoid getting into a debate regarding the roles of council and the board of directors, I would say that regardless of the state of concerns, I still believe that this amendment, even as it is now, is fit to be approved. However, should any councillor or member of the gallery wish to propose amendments that they believe would rectify the concerns of the board of directors, I would also be open to hearing them.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, Councillor Karasik.
I'd like to echo the thoughts of the VP University Affairs, although I'd go so far as to say some of the points brought up in the statement could even be called kind of redundant or off topic in general, seemingly stuck in there to add more rather than real genuine legal issues with this motion itself. More what ifs rather than, well, what actually will happen. But nonetheless, yeah, I also would like to not have this be too long of a debate if possible. I know it's kind of hypocritical given I just started something, but point is, yeah, I actually don't really know how to end this. Sorry, I'm still a little tired.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Are there any other individuals? Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Oui, merci. J'aimerais itérer à nouveau des sentiments qui ont été exprimés l'année passée, c'est-à-dire que si le Conseil législatif a des préoccupations liées au comportement des exécutants et autres membres de l'équipe de communication de l'AUM, cela devrait être exprimé par une politique de communication et non par des préoccupations réactives et réactionnaires, comme la motion, la proposition l'année passée sur les pratiques de communication acceptable, ce ne serait pas la traduction normale en français, which is to say, I think if Legislative Council or the Board of Directors on behalf of the Legislative Council have preoccupations with respect to individual behaviors of councillors, executives, or members of the communication team, and would like to define their expectations with respect to communication, the way to do that is not really to bring each matter to the Legislative Council for a long and drawn-out debate. It's to have a policy in the way that we have policies for pretty much everything else, that would outline the communication practices of the society in a communications policy. And short of that, I think I would echo sentiments previously expressed that some of these concerns are either redundant or don't actually constitute
liability. I could be wrong if legal opinions were obtained for these concerns, but otherwise these seem to be a little bit preemptive as concerns.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Guiazza Amzil will now recognize member of the gallery, Andre Lametti.
Thank you. So just in response to the report of the Board of Directors, I'm under the impression that it's sort of a compilation of the reasons given by several directors. So that's maybe why it seems not to flow together or to be concise. At any rate, I'd like to agree in part with what Commissioner Guiazza Amzil said. Many of my concerns would be alleviated with potential problems with this motion if they were to fit in their own policy surrounding communications, because I feel that there it would be better, it would be easier to define, who's responsible for enforcing what, setting limits. I feel that, again, most of my problems with it have to do with the resolution mechanism in the equity policy, and that putting this under that resolution mechanism might create risk for the society. So I think that, if this were in a standalone motion on communications, as Commissioner Guiazza Amzil said, for me, that would be, very helpful. I think it would be easier to enforce. It would be clear to executives what they can and cannot do and what they're expected to do. So I guess those are my 2 cents.
All right, thank you very much, member of the gallery. VP University Affairs.
I guess in this case, I would still have to agree that I'm not sure that the reasonings presented by the Board of Directors are justification enough for this motion to fail ratification to be returned to Legislative Council. Particularly the concern, I'd like to reply to the concern raised by Director Lametti with regards to the implementation of the resolution mechanism. I would say that as it stands now in the status quo, the equity commissioners are still chiefly responsible for the resolution of all equity complaints under the society. And naturally that already extends into areas, into the gray zones of the operation of the society with regards to possible human resources connotations, as I believe one of the concerns was raised. So I guess I would say that reject or refuse the ratification of this amendment would essentially be to, I guess, reject the validity of the equity policy itself. As I've stated, this amendment is well within the precedent set up by the equity policy. It really would not contribute anything more to the workload of the equity commissioners that they are not already trained and vetted for. I would say that the adjudications that, or I guess not adjudications, but the resolutions that the equity commissioners make on a day-to-day basis, at least from my own experience working on equity complaint committees, are really no different from any complaint that could feasibly be brought about through the addition of this amendment. And in that sense, I really don't see how this amendment adds any, I guess, new concerns that could not already be raised with just the equity policy in principle. And in that sense, I guess I fail to recognize that as a justified reason for rejecting this amendment.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak at this time? Okay, recognizing Senator Darianani.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak to the fact that religious religious beliefs may be offended due to due to the use of equitable language, non-equitable language, or I quote that, or the use of swear words and harsh language. I think in that case, there needs to be a little more of a cultural openness that we share at university when it comes to understanding that different cultures have different ways of perception. Tone policing someone may also be, or with this motion, is considered inequitable in the same way that someone's religious beliefs may be offended. If a board of director on this council would like to justify how and when that would be created as an offense, I'd also like to hear that. Moreover, I think that religious beliefs are necessary to accommodate, but at the same time, there's just way too many things to accommodate. Like in the sense that you cannot satisfy everybody in the same way that you cannot use religion in a way to take away what is right and what is wrong. It's like saying women don't deserve to drive because some certain Islamic law says that. But in the same way, like you cannot swear in another country, or you have to wear hijabs in certain countries. So I'd just like to see clarification as to how something like this is going to be deemed non-equitable.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. VP University Affairs.
I would say that of all of the concerns that were brought forward by the board of directors who voted in opposition to ratification, I would say that there is one concern that I do agree with, although I would not go so far as to say that it was justification enough for refusing ratification. I would agree that in 1.5.5 that the systematic implementation should perhaps not fall under the responsibility of the speaker. In that sense, I guess a point of order then for the speaker, am I still within my right to introduce friendly amendments?
You can put forward an amendment, and then as long as it's acceptable by the seconder, which I believe is Councillor Williamson, then we'll recognize it as such.
Okay, with that in mind, I would propose the following amendment to Article 1. Subsection 1.5.5. I would amend the last word speaker to read communications department.
That's fine with me.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs and Councillor Williamson. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? Senator, sorry, not my apologies. Member of the gallery, Andre Lametti, you may speak.
Thank you. So just in response to Vice President University Affairs, I disagree a bit with the status quo being that matters like this would fall automatically under the Equity Committee. As of right now, they could if someone made a complaint potentially, but I think that in general, with the way the Constitution and internal regulations of SSMU work, in general, communications, official policy, that's usually already under Legislative Council control. But again, I said that was not the reason why I voted against ratification. But at any rate, I also wanted to mention another thing in point 1.5.5. It hasn't really been brought up yet, but I also had some issues with this. I thought that it might create problems when the SSMU is called to make technical or governance communications. It could be a problem, but I know this part is also more aspirational. So it's worded a bit less directly, so it's less of a complete problem that will lead to non-ratification, but also something I wanted to bring up and that I brought up in my letter to Legislative Council.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak on wishing to participate in debate at this time?
I did add myself back to the speaking list.
Okay, we're going to first recognize Councillor Guiaz Damsel, if that's okay, VP University Affairs.
Yep, fine.
All right, Councillor Guiaz Damsel.
Oui, merci. Juste encore une fois pour dire que pas le comité d'équité, mais le comité sur les plaintes en équité a été modifié l'année dernière pour être sous contrôle du conseil administratif, c'est-à-dire que c'est reconnu comme un corps administratif des ressources humaines, ce qui devrait alléger les préoccupations du directeur. Sinon, tout ce qui porte sur la démocratisation de ces types de décisions, encore une fois, pourrait être résolu par une politique sur les communications. So again, in English, the two major things outlined in the letter, which was kindly sent ahead of time by the director, have to do with human resources as well as communications. With respect to human resources, the Equity Complaints Committee and not the Equity Committee, there's an important distinction, was moved to be under the supervision of the Board of Directors last year and is formally recognized as a human resource administrative body. With respect to
the protection of the democratization of communications or anything like that, which would have to remain under the Legislative Council. I would again note that Legislative Council is free to put forward a communications policy. Other than that, it doesn't really seem that there's any preoccupations of the Board of Directors that aren't really solved. Like it's recognized and appreciated that they've voiced their concerns, but it doesn't really seem as though there's a solution-oriented document in the report from the Board of Directors, other than perhaps encountering difficulty with conforming to informal language in published communications. So there could be a sort of note in an eventual communications policy noting that the executives need to know their audience, and if you're drafting formal documents to a legal team, for example, you should probably use appropriate language, but that this doesn't really need to be such a long discussion today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, VP University Affairs.
Thank you. I did want to note Director Lemaity's comment with regards to like the use of accessible plain spoken language. Again, I completely understand that there are circles in which plain spoken language might not be completely suited. In that sense, I would also echo that again, 1.5.5 is aspirational in nature and not procedural or any kind of formal mandate, rather kind of aspirational commitment as it's worded. And as such, I would echo that I think this is in fact something that the SMU should aspire to, like the use of accessible languages, as we have in the past been condemned at multiple times for our inaccessibility, which at times has been criticized as deliberately inaccessible, although I won't get into any kind of allegation there. That being said, I will note that I don't know if anyone reads the McGill Tribune, but it was written like this motion and its passing was written about. I don't want to come off as showboating, but like it was written about in a particularly positive light. And I guess as my challenge to the Board of Directors who wrote in opposition, I would simply say that if this amendment fails, if it is not ratified, sorry.
Motion to extend.
The VP University Affairs technically has 15 more seconds, but yeah, motion to extend by how long, Senator?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Secondly,
Thank you very much. Can we have a second?
Councillor Smith.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 2-minute extension on VP University Affairs time has been granted.
Thank you. I would simply say that if this amendment fails, or if it were to fail ratification again, that we are going to have to answer to somebody. I mean, at the end of the day, we all answer to our constituents. This is something that has gained attention in a positive light. And I would ask that, I mean, in my opinion, the justifications that were outlined by both letters from Director Lemaity and from the Board of Directors as a whole, in my opinion, do not come close to a justification that would be acceptable in the eyes of the membership. I mean, at the end of the day, I should hope that all of us take into consideration how our constituents would feel about our actions on council. And in my mind, the concerns regarding the amendment that have been put forward are nowhere near sufficient to justify the failure of this amendment. In fact, as Councillor Guiaz de Amsel has pointed out, nearly all of the concerns are kind of remedied on their own, if not remedied through explanation. And the one, and as you know, as we all just witnessed, the one concern that I did agree with was amended and rectified. So with that in mind, I would simply say that, again, in my opinion, the concerns regarding this amendment have been dissuaded, in my opinion, have been explained, and with that in mind, I would say that this amendment is fit for passing once again, as it was the first time.
All right, thank you very much.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yep, Senator Darianani.
Has 5 minutes elapsed since debate has started? May I speak again to raise a motion?
To sorry, what sorry, can you clarify on what you're intending to do?
I'd like to call the question. I was wondering if 5 minutes have elapsed since debate has started in order for me to do that?
Yep. Okay, so I'm just going to provide, before I'll consider that moved, but I'm just going to provide some clarification. So to call the question, or to revert back to the previous question, is to basically end debate at this time. It would mean that the individuals with still wishing to participate in debate would not be recognized. And so instead, calling the question would instead be moved straight to voting. I'm going to first look for a second. We'll do it by unanimous.
Point of privilege. Point of personal privilege. There are still individuals wishing to speak. This is a point of personal privilege on behalf of other members of the Legislative Council, but attempts to call the question from someone who's already spoken while there are individuals who haven't yet spoken on the motion and would like to, especially because there's only one that's visibly waiting, just seems fairly inequitable. So I'd like to raise on behalf of another member of the Legislative Council point of privilege. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Daryanani, would you be amenable to be removing it at this time?
Yeah, withdrawn.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. We'll now move forward to Councillor Collins.
Thank you so much, Councillor Amsel, for saying that. So I did just want to make one comment just regarding the point on the statement from the board of directors about religious beliefs. I do believe that that comment is not really representative of the sentiments in the report overall. And I think that the HR and communications department concerns were a lot more relevant for the board of directors. And I also just like to say that I would really like to see this motion passed in my capacity as an arts representative. That being said, I'd really like to just urge my fellow counselors as well as executives to really use profanity only when it's necessary, because I have personally witnessed in the past on Legislative Council strong language being used in a way, or strongly expressed sentiments being used in a way that haven't been particularly respectful, especially towards the dais. So I would like to pass this, but I would like to do so in good faith that everybody is committed to really that level of respect.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Collins. Councillor Krosick.
I just want to add a quick note, one to second what the VP University Affairs had said about the aspirational nature of 1.5.5, but also to add on to any amendments that we were to add on to like adapt that, in my opinion, would make it more open to weaseling out of accessible language in the future. So if we were to make it say whenever possible or something like that, like just adding more verbs, adding more like slight changes would, in my opinion, do more to allow this to just be used to get out of jail free card in the future than it would to be able to really address it. And I do believe this would be something much better fit for like a proper communications policy in general rather than this specific motion.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krosick. Senator Daryanani.
Motion to call the question.
There's no other individuals wishing to speak now at this time, but we can motion that.
Could I intervene for 1 second? Thank you. While it's still on the table before voting on it, could I move one last friendly amendment, and that is to amend 1.5, the label 1.5.5 to read 1.5.2, as I believe it was originally intended to.
Yeah, that's going to be a procedural. Councillor Williamson, is that acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Senator Daryanani has moved to call the question. Can I have a second?
Secondly, by Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition on calling the question at this time? Seeing none, the motion has been approved. As such, we will move to a vote. And voting form is now open, councillors. All right, 30 more seconds, counselors. All right, and with that voting, I will now close voting. The results are as follows: 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and 3 abstain. The motion is approved. Before moving on to item 13A, I would look favorably upon an individual to motion to suspend the rules. Given that our announcement period went way over, I would like to present the opportunity for the new counselors to present themselves, given that this is their first council, and so they can just introduce themselves. So if I could have a motion on that capacity.
I'll move motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you very much. VP Student Life, can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. So this does require a 2/3 majority. However, I will first ask if there is any opposition to this. All right, thank you very much. So we're just going to begin on the order that they appear on my screen. New live stream, I'm just going to note that your mic is on. No worries, Paul. We'll move first to for the counselor for theology. You can now introduce yourself, personal pronouns, a little bit about you.
Hi, I'm Kimalang Balada. I'm a U1 student and I'm affiliated with the Montreal Diocesan Theological College, and that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, we'll now recognize the representative for FYC.
How's it going? I'm Kai Page. I am a U0 student in arts, he, him pronouns.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor El Zamar, clubs.
Yes, I'm Ahmed El Zamar, he, him pronouns. I am the club's rep, one of the club's reps. I also serve on board the ASN and we mess. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Awan, other clubs rep.
Hi, my name is Hussein Awan, he, him pronouns. I'm a U2 in international development and YMS.
All right, thank you very much. Services representative, Morali.
Hi, Noah Morali, services rep, they, them pronouns. It's my second year on council, and I'm excited to be back.
All right, thank you very much. And Francophone Affairs, even though you briefly came in last meeting, you can introduce yourself.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je m'appelle Adam Guiazda Amzel. L'année passée, j'étais le vice-président aux affaires externes à l'AUM. Mes pronoms sont il ou elle, so he or they pronouns. Je serais content de faire des traductions pour vous autres. Si jamais vous aimeriez apprendre le français, ça me ferait plaisir aussi de faire un petit vive-voix 1 à 1 pour une petite conversation en français ou en anglais. Mes intérêts seraient surtout la représentation des étudiants et étudiantes francophones. Mais en lien avec ça, on parle aussi de l'engagement communautaire, vu qu'on est dans la belle ville de Montréal, qui est une ville bilingue. Donc, je vous encourage, au plus tôt qu'il est possible, en respectant votre sécurité, bien sûr, d'engager avec la francophonie à Montréal.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiazda Amzel. And lastly, we have the music representative.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mitra. So I'm the VP External at MUSA, and I'm the music rep over here. And sorry about the background. It's 3 a.m. over here. So yeah, that's me.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to those who motioned to suspend the rules. It was very much appreciated. With that, we are going to move on to item 13, new business. We will begin with item 13A. So parliamentarian, if you could get that presented at this time. And VP University Affairs, you may have 2 minutes to motivate.
Hello, thank you. Right, so, sorry, I was just eating. I haven't had a chance to, back-to-back meetings. Anyway, sorry, I'm taking my time. So essentially, I was contacted by sorry, I'm just pulling up the motion. Right, essentially, so we, as in this main executives, were contacted by the Arts and Science Federation of Associations, essentially asking for our input on the Gazduk Energy Segine project. Essentially asked to join the, at this point, tens of thousands of students and student association represented by the student associations that have all signed motions or statements condemning the project. I'll just summarize. So this project was projected to increase, this is all in the rationale, by the way. Project was expected to increase our gas emissions by 50 million tons of CO2 per year. So that would be approximately 10 million new cars on Quebec roads. It would result in 300 transits of super tankers clarifying liquid natural gas through critical habitats of the St. Lawrence beluga whale. It furthermore endangers riverside communities through the obvious present danger of oil spills. I would say that this project is a step in the wrong direction, a step against progress and sustainability, two things that SSMU has committed to extensively. Furthermore, this motion is well within the mandate of our sustainability policy, which mandates us to advocate against the increase in quantity or infrastructure regarding extraction and exploration.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. We'll now move on to question period. So all individuals with questions can raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list. Seeing no individuals with question, we'll move with a question. Oh, Councillor Wan.
Hi there, just want to ask a general question as if you think that this motion would have any impact on engineering students potentially having trouble acquiring internship or jobs in this sector in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs.
I guess I would answer in saying that this motion is really no different from the mandates that SSMU has taken in the past. Of course, like not only in our positions regarding the environment, but in, well, as explained in our position book, but also in the sustainability policy itself. So I guess I would say that this motion would introduce no new risk that wouldn't already exist for engineering students. Furthermore, I would say that regardless, SSMU should be encouraging the pursuit of careers in sustainable fields rather than natural gas infrastructure and exploitation. And I'm going to leave it.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Reid.
Hi there. I would just like to ask about the claim made in background and rationale, specifically with respect to the risks identified in terms of increasing our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50 million tons. Does the VP University Affairs have any more information on where that claim comes from? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reid, VP University Affairs.
So I would say that these figures were provided to us by the Arts and Science Federation of Associations, conducted by a independent study by Coalition Fjord, who is a pretty like relevant like environmentalist group in the area, especially around the area where this pipeline would be constructed.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs, and Councillor Kirksu.
Hi. Yes, my question was partially asked by Councillor Reid, but in order to add to that, that SSMU or the VP University Affairs check like the project's own mandates and how they like also explain the project rather than just the Arts and Science Confederation's given statements.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs.
Yeah, actually, so I would say that before drafting this motion, I conducted a fair amount of research through the documents that were published by GNL Quebec and Gazoduc. And to be frank, I would say that their publications, on the risk of sounding, I guess, overly partial, their publications kind of seemed like pro-natural gas propaganda with very little grounding in science. However, I will also concede that I'm like definitely not an environmental scientist nor an engineer. My background is in microbiology, but that was my personal opinion.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Bonin.
Just to echo the VPUA, I actually am an engineer. I graduated engineering before starting law, and I think the project is very pro-fracking and pro-natural gas, and I think that that's not really in line with what like SMU's kind of like decisions have been in the past, so I would speak for this motion.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. We are going to, however, given that that was question period, we are going to have to strike that from—
Point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Seeing no further individuals with questions, we are going to note that as expressed during the first Legislative Council, DIAS members are in collaboration with Quebec labor laws. We are required to take a 10-minute recess every 2 hours. As such, please consider this the first 10-minute recess to that capacity. We will begin recess at 20:02, and everyone please ensure that you are back on Zoom at, sorry, we'll do it at 20:03, and everyone ensure that you are back on Zoom at 20:13. we'll move on to item 13B, motion regarding renewal of the SMU ambassador fee 2020-1008. VP Finance, you may motivate for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The illustrious ambassador fee, it's super highly sought after and heavily utilized. It provides monetary support for groups that represent McGill and SMU at external conferences and competitions and has been doing so since 2010. In 2019 alone, the fees demand highly surpassed the amount actually available in the fund, and the renewal of this fee will allow students to continue representing the society and McGill through their involvement at external conferences and competitions. With that being said, I understand that a lot of these external conferences and competitions will be remote this year, hence why I kept the fee at the same instead of motioning to increase it with the renewal, because virtual conferences tend to be a little bit cheaper.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. With that, we'll move on to question period. All individuals with questions can either raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list. We'll first recognize Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to keeping the fee at the same level, is it anticipated that the gains from remote conferencing this year will be able to pay forward the losses from not increasing the fee in the next 4 years? That is to say, will keeping the fee the same allow us to maintain the fee at its current level for the next 5 years?
Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, VP Finance.
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously with this fee, we kind of have to play it by ear because like we can't really predict how long COVID's going to go on for. With that being said, like if the fee is not able to cover or cover it over the next few years, I'm sure it can be amended to be increased. Someone please correct me if that's wrong. But for now, like I think it's the best option to keep it as is, just because although highly sought after, like I don't think it'll be as heavily utilized as it was last year. Last year it was in fact overused. So of the 80,000 raised, 83,000 was used. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Collins.
I was just curious about whether or not the university at all contributes to this kind of fund, like to cover conference costs for ambassadors or delegates or whatever when we're representing them.
VP Finance.
Does that make
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I'm not exactly sure what McGill covers from their end. All I know is that this fee from our end is used a lot, and I'm worried that if it's not renewed, then student groups won't be able to pursue the external conferences, and yeah.
Cool, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Collins and VP Finance. Councillor Kodadati.
So it was mentioned that if the motion gets approved, we can ask for fundings. I was wondering what kind of fundings are there?
VP Finance?
Sorry, could you elaborate on the question, I guess? I don't think I fully understood.
Councillor Kodadati?
So like for impact of decision and next steps, it is mentioned that this will allow students groups to continue utilizing the fee by applying for funding through the funding committee. What does the funding specify exactly? What can we ask for?
All right, thank you very much. VP Finance.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So if a student group is planning on going to an external conference, they can apply for funding through the funding committee to cover the deficit of the trip. So that is essentially what the fee goes towards, is funding the deficit.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Councillor Collins.
It's not really a question, but I think I just wanted to clarify that I'm pretty sure like by conferences and stuff, it's like Model UN and debate. Am I correct in that assumption, VP Finance?
Yeah, that is a very fair assumption. It is mostly utilized by groups like that.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Collins, is this hand from before? Or would you like to ask another?
Sorry, I'll lower it.
Councillor Wan?
I'd just like to ask if you think that maybe the fees won't be representative after COVID, do you think it might be better to change the 2025 deadline to a sooner date so that we can reassess it at a sooner time?
Thank you very much. VP Finance.
Yeah, it's a good question. That's actually something that I brought up with the governance manager, McCall. I was going to initially put the year sooner, but she said that you may as well put it as 2025 because it can be amended in the meantime. Although I am open to friendly amendments.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further individuals with questions at this time, we'll move forward with debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can either raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Désolé. Je maintiens, comme j'avais fait l'année dernière, que les fonds du Club Fund, du Ambassador Fund et du Campus Life Fund sont des distinctions qui n'ont pas vraiment rapport et que ce serait mieux de fusionner les trois fonds ensemble pour une general funding du SMU, vu que les autres fonds ont un certain accès par les commissaires, mais ces trois sont juste des distinctions qui sont un peu bizarres, vu que les trois fonds sont toujours à leur limite. So that was just to say, I'd like to re-raise this point about financial redistribution, which is an ongoing project of the SMU, to say that the Club Fund, Ambassador Fund, and Campus Life Fund, it might be worth looking at fusing those three into one fund that's used for general SMU funding, insofar as the other funds do have specific dedicated purposes for committees, whose commissioners have specific like DIBS access to those funds, which is not necessarily the case with these three. So it's still not quite clear to me why the Ambassador Club and Campus Life Fund are distinct funds. Just seems like a managerial headache.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Councillor Wan.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment based on my previous question and the VP Finance's response. I'd like to amend the fall 2025 date to fall 2022 for an earlier reassessment, as we would hope that by 2022, COVID will be not a problem.
All right, we're not going to take that as a friendly amendment, mainly because friendly amendments typically are pursued by either the mover or seconder and or are concerning and or concern grammatical mistakes or spelling mistakes. But with that, we have a motion to amend the 2025 deadline to the 2022 deadline. Can I have an individual willing to second that motion?
Seconded. Senator Darnani.
Thank you very much, Senator Darnani. With that, we'll now enter into debate on the amendment. Prior to entering, I will ask Councillor Wan if you'd like to motivate on your amendment.
Sure, I'd like to speak in favor of my motion because I think that, as was mentioned earlier, with the increase of in-person activities, hopefully once the pandemic is over, the ambassador fees utilization will increase or skyrocket. And I don't think the $2 per term will be reflective of the future use. So I think that a reassessment at an earlier date would be more prudent than setting a 2025 deadline and having the potential of reassessing it in the interim.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. All individuals wishing to speak on this matter at this time can indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hands. We'll first look towards VP University Affairs.
Well, I definitely respect the desire to have some kind of re-examining of the fee amount at some point in the future. I think by lowering the I guess the timeline of the ambassador fee, I think we might be kind of shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit, because as it stands, we have the ability to to amend the fee by referendum at some point in the future. I think by decreasing the amount at that point now, like in fall 2022, we're not only going to have to argue for the renewal of the fee, we'll also have to argue for for the increase in the fee and create like yes committees to like motivate. I think it would be a little bit more prudent, if not like much more convenient, to keep the fall 2025 date, keeping in mind that it can be amended. Because if we were to pass the fall 2025, regardless of whether or not like an increase would pass, we would at least have the $2 until 2025, with the potential to always increase it without having to do a full like re-implementation, or sorry, like a full renewal campaign.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Pour parler un peu en faveur de l'intervention du vice-président aux affaires universitaires, pour dire que les logistiques qui sont suggérées par l'amendement n'ont pas vraiment du sens, vu que si on veut faire une augmentation du frais en 2022, on risque une vote de non qui va annuler le frais tel quel. Tandis que si on garde la proposition originelle, le frais va rester à ça de $. Et même si l'augmentation voit le non, le frais va toujours exister, voyons. So that's just to say, the logistics proposed by the amendment don't make too much sense, because when you combine an existence and an increase in a vote, a no vote cancels both. And so a no vote in 2022 would actually mean there's no more ambassador fee. Whereas if you do this $2 vote till 2025, even if there's a no vote on an increase after the pandemic, the fee won't go away. So this doesn't really add anything. It just puts a lot of extra risk on the continued sustainability of the ambassador fee.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Councillor Juan.
All right, thank you both for the points. While I do see the logic behind that, I would like to say that by setting the deadline to 2022 instead of 2025, this forces us to be more accountable, and that we would have to reassess it by 2022 rather than potentially having to do an amendment prior to 2025. And also, this will reduce the potential of us running to a deficit. So I'd like to perhaps also invite the VP Finance to speak on this issue, because I trust their expertise on that matter.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go towards VP University Affairs.
Thank you. Again, well, first I'd like to second the words of Councillor Guiaz de Amsel and argue that I don't really see the logic of the medicine counselor's argument, in the sense that I think by shortening the term of the fee, we're not protecting, or we're not defending ourselves from running a deficit. In fact, we're just increasing the risk of running a deficit if the increase and renewal combined campaign fails in 2022. At least if they were kept separate, if we renew until 2025 and then explore the possibility of increasing sometime around 2022, even if the increase fails, we'll still have the $2 fee until 2025. To be frankly, I don't see the point in shortening the deadline. I think the fact that the fee is so well used is going to be motivation enough to explore an increase in the future. I don't think we need to limit ourselves and this fee to fall 2022, when, as I and Councillor Guiaz de Amsel have said, it introduces a lot of complications and a lot of extra work for the 2022 VP Finance, and I would not want to place that burden on our following team.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs, VP Finance.
Yeah, I think Councillor Guiaz de Amsel brought up some pretty solid points there. So perhaps the better option here would be to keep it at 2025. And then I will reassess it next semester with the funding commissioner. And if COVID's still going on, which likely it is going to be throughout the summer, then I'll pass on the information to the following VP Finance so that they can assess the situation as well.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Krosick.
I'd also like to kind of echo what's already been said on this. I don't really think it makes much sense to change it to 2022. And in addition, I don't think we really have any other choice. If we were to raise the cost now, it would there's a much higher chance of it failing because people say, well, why are you doing it now? I think 2025 with the ability to change it in the middle of it is fine. And I don't actually see how it would cause a deficit if we were to change it, because again, we'd be adding funds in the process.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Krosek, are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate on the amendment at this time? Seeing none, we'll move forward with a vote. We will do this through Zoom polling. So for clarification, for those who aren't there, who weren't there when we first did it, basically at the bottom of your screen, I'm going to be launching a poll. This poll, I believe, should show up. I don't know where it shows up, but there's going to be a poll that shows up for you to vote on. All individuals will only be able to vote once on this. As well, I am able to see who votes, but no one else would be able to. Single choice, and though members of the gallery, because of the technicalities with Zoom, are able to vote, given that it's not an anonymous vote, as in from my perspective, I can see if you vote, so please do not. But that being said, I'm going to launch the poll now. And if there's any, yep, Senator Daryanani.
I'd like to ask if I can motion for unanimous consent.
All right, we have a motion for unanimous consent. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. VP Student Life, is there any opposition?
Oui.
All right, hearing opposition, the motion has failed. With that, we will move on. We will revert back to conducting the poll via Zoom. As such, the poll has now been launched. Thirty more seconds, councilors. All right, with that, voting has concluded. With 12 in favor, 10 opposed, and 5 abstained, the motion is approved. The amendment has been approved. Moving back on to debate on the main motion, we'll first recognize VP University Affairs.
I yield.
VP Finance.
So it just got brought to my attention that McGill might not accept a 2-year-long fee.
All right, with that,
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yep, VP University Affairs.
Could we introduce an amendment to revert an amendment?
So we have basically, we would motion, you can motion to suspend the rules to thus re-enter into debate on the amendment. That would require a 2/3 majority. That is the most feasible way. You can't, just because you can't do an amendment that contravenes the First Amendment. So if you'd like to put forward a motion to suspend the rules so that we may re-enter into the amendment, you are free to do so.
Yeah, with the recent revelation by the VP Finance, consider that move.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Guiazda Amsel.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiazda Amsel. I'll first conduct this by unanimous consent. Is there any opposition?
Yes.
All right, hearing opposition, we will conduct this through a Zoom poll. 1 second. All right, the poll has been launched, counselors. I'll give everyone 30 more seconds. With that, voting has been concluded with 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and 4 abstentions. The motion to re-enter into debate on the amendment has been approved. As such, all individuals wishing to speak on the amendment can indicate so via the speaking list or via raise of hands.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yep, Senator Darianani.
At what point can I put a motion to lay the amendment on the table?
Technically put a motion on the, you can put a motion like anytime.
Can I do that now?
All right, I'm going to clarify what a motion to put on the table. So a motion to put on the table would essentially literally put it on the table as we would move on from discussion. However, because we're an amendment, that would mean we could table the amendment. Which means that the amendment as is right now, which is to say, well, the amendment would be struck, so to speak, because there'd be no final decision on it. That being said, even if it was put on the table, we could continue going on with the other courses of action for this meeting. So meaning that we could move on to other motions. However, we could also move on to debate on the main motion, essentially removing from the table the amendment. And so say if someone had forgotten or chosen not to move from the table the amendment, the original motion as is would be passed without the amendment in mind, regardless of how the amendment that was previously voted on had indicated, because it had reopened. Alternatively, if we chose to move on from this motion completely, the motion to pull it back from the table could be theoretically forgotten, in the fact that we could end council and this amendment would, so to speak, would be null and void because it has not been pulled back from the table in the reasonable amount of time. That was long-winded, sorry. But with that motion in mind, can we have a second? All right, hearing no individual willing to second, we will strike that. We will now move on to VP Finance.
Yeah, my bad for not bringing this up sooner and extending this past, but it should have been. Yeah, so I just gone through the IRs of finance, and it doesn't state anywhere that it needs to be a limited amount of time from what I could tell. But with that being said, from my understanding, fees are supposed to last between 3 and 5 years. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Wan.
I'd like to propose another amendment that, or actually I'd like to add a clause that if in fact fees must be 3 to 5 years and that such a 2-year fee would be invalid, the clause would return the timeline to fall 2025. But if this is not a stipulation, then we keep it as fall 2022.
So technically, because you can only motion to amend an amendment, that would be an amendment upon the amendment, which is to say that amendment could still fail. Then we'd revert back to a debate on the amendment, which is to say the 2021 versus 2025 timeline, but you can't simply adjust this amendment. Any amendment made on this would be a subsequent amendment. Is that still the course of action you wish to pursue?
Yes, in that case, I'd like to amend the amendment by adding that clause.
Okay, Parliamentarian Wong, would you like the instructions repeated, or do you have a grasp of what's being requested?
I'll type something out, and Councillor Wan, just let me know if that's suitable for you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to enter into debate on the amendment of the amendment. With that, Councillor Wan, you may motivate.
Right, so I think in the spirit of how the last vote went, I believe that the majority of Legislative Council believes that an earlier timeline would be beneficial. However, we can't go against the McGill law. So that's why the addition of such a clause would allow us to be compliant with any laws that, I guess what Councillor or Senator Darya Nani said was true in residence, or should I continue going?
Continue going on, then I'll look for a second.
Okay, so like I said, if this way by adding this clause, if what we are doing is unparliamentary, then we'll go back to the 2025 fall.
All right, thank you very much. We'll note for the purpose of the minutes that Councillor Guiaz de Amsel has seconded. As such, we will enter into debate on the amendment. To the amendment, we'll first recognize Senator Darya Nani.
I did not add my name onto the speaking list.
Okay, I'll delete it. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Oui, je suis en défaveur de cet amendement pour deux raisons. De un, c'est juste compliqué en raison d'être compliqué. Ça n'a pas vraiment du sens d'avoir tout ce débat entre 2 ou 3 années parce que l'AUEM réserve toujours le pouvoir de remettre au membership une vote sur une levée de fonds, de un. De deux, la complication de ces types de questions fait de sorte que le bureau de Student Life and Learning va en rejeter les questions. So just to translate again, I am in complete disagreement with this amendment for 2 reasons. One, this is just complicated for the sake of being complicated. It doesn't really matter whether it's 3 or 5 years. At the end of the day, the SSMU can put a question to the membership whenever it wants to. In the interest of bureaucratic simplicity, like we don't want to be here for 6 or 8 hours for a council meeting. And I don't think in 2 years, like SSMU people want to be around a table discussing stuff that they didn't need to discuss because there could have been procedural expedition for these sorts of things. That's one. Two, when you have a question that says, if this is the no, like with those sorts of stipulations, that's not a legitimate question. So the thing that's up for debate is not parliamentarianism of the question and whether or not the thing is like in conformity to Robert's rules. It's just whether Fabrice Lebeau thinks it's okay or not. Like if Fabrice Lebeau thinks it's a complicated or confusing question, he just sends it back. Those are the stipulations under which the Vice President of Finance was trying to figure out what the sort of term of duration of such a fee is. The reason it's not in the IRs of Finance is it's not determined by us. It's just McGill that makes a judgment call. So speaking in general for free questions, try to make them as simple as possible. And speaking for council in general, try not to enter into 8-hour debates. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. We'll now recognize VP University Affairs.
Right, so I would like to echo the sentiments of Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. I guess in my professional experience with the Deputy Provost Student Life and Learning, who, as the councillor said, is kind of the final authority on whether or not our referendum questions actually get to run. My expectation is that this would be returned to council, and then we would be right back where we started, and the ambassador fee would just kind of be in a limbo. I would say furthermore, even if this is allowed to go to referendum, I would say that this is unnecessarily complicated. I would say that, like, from a membership perspective, this is not going to be understood. I would furthermore say that procedurally that this is unnecessarily complicated. I'm not going to re-enter debate on the original amendment itself, but I would say that like if it takes this much to make the timeline work, it might be best just to return to the original timeline, which Councillor Gwiazda-Amzil and I originally argued for.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, seeing no other individuals wishing to speak on this matter, we will enter into a vote. We're just automatically, given the fact that people have voiced opposition, I'm not going to first conduct a vote by unanimous consent, as it would be a waste of time. Just give me 1 second, councillors, to create a new poll, and it should be up in a second. And the poll has been launched, councillors. Twenty more seconds, councillors.
A point of personal privilege. I believe there's a question in the chat regarding the vote.
So no, to clarify, voting yes would only be approving what is highlighted in yellow. But that being said, we still have to go back to debate on the amendment. And then if that fails, then the amendment, the amendment on the amendment would also fail. And then we'd re-enter debate on the main motion. In case you haven't voted, I'll give you a bit more time. All right, with that, we'll announce the closure of voting. The 13 in favor, 7 opposed, and 7 abstained. The motion is approved. Moving on, we will move back to the debate on the amendment. We'll first recognize VP University Affairs.
Right, okay, I don't want to beat a dead horse on this one, but especially since the amendment to the amendment was passed, I think the comments by myself and Councillor Gwiazda-Amzil still stand. Like, simply put, I really don't expect that this is going to be approved by the Office of Student Life. And I don't want to lord that over council. At the end of the day, we're distinct bodies. That, in my mind, should not be the sole determiner of whether or not this amendment passes, whether or not Fabrice Lebeau is going to like it. That being said, it is worth considering. I would also say that my earlier comments with regards to this amendment still stand. I really don't see any benefit to shortening the timeline. The stated benefits were that it would improve accountability, but I think the fact that the fee is so used and that it frequently runs out of funds is going to be justification enough to pursue amending the fee rather than rerunning both the fee itself and an increase to the fee, which I would not be shocked if it had a higher chance of failing. And for that reason, I would strongly advise against this amendment, while I do recognize that it is placed in good spirit, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Krosick.
Yeah, this is just getting kind of silly if I'm being honest. We had an amendment amendment, and now we passed this even though at the end of the day we didn't even need the First Amendment in the first place. I don't actually know why we've done this, to tell you the truth. I guess, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik, VP Finance.
Yeah, I think that we should keep it at 2025. The McGill website states that usually fees are at least 3 years. With that being said, they definitely won't appreciate us doing it less than 3 years. And then I guess to address some concerns about the deficit that the fee ran last year that's brought up earlier. I know that the fee ran like approximately $3,000 deficit. That being said, just based off initial and current trends of the fees and the funding committee this year, it looks like that it's going to run a slight surplus, which will offset the deficit. So it won't be an issue this year. And then next year or in future years when COVID isn't a problem, then we will be able to readdress it. So yeah, I'm in favor of keeping it at 2025.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Collins.
Yeah, so I echo the sentiments from Arts Representative Karasik that this is getting a little bit ridiculous. I'm personally starting to have a hard time following it, and I think that it's been made pretty clear that we should vote in favor of changing it to fall 2025. So I encourage everybody to do that.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Collins. Seeing no other individuals wishing to speak on the amendment, I will launch the poll at this time. Okay, never mind. Yep, Councillor Griaz de Amsel.
Sorry, yeah, just en point de clarification, pour le poll qu'on va voter sur, un vote de non, ça va refuser l'amendement et effectivement, ça va nous laisser un 2025 comme date d'expiration. Est-ce bien le cas?
Sorry, Councillor Griaz de Amsel, can you repeat the last part?
I can just translate it. I'm just asking as a point of clarification, for the poll you're about to release, Madam Speaker, is it the case that if we vote no, that's to strike down the amendment and then we're left with a 2025 end date to the fee?
Yeah,
great.
That
Thank
would
you.
strike down, the amendment would strike down both the amendment and the amendment on the amendment, regardless of how regardless of the vote of the amendment to the amendment. Councillor Collins.
Sorry, that was not supposed to be there. So sorry.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Collins and Councillor Griaz de Amsel. Seeing no other individuals wishing to participate on debate on the amendment, I will launch the poll now.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, if I may.
Senator Daryanani.
This is regarding the previous amendment. If I can get perhaps you or Councillor Wan to clarify whether it was supposed to be 1 year or 2 years. The must last longer than 1 year clause.
It was indicated that
The only reason I ask is because on the chat, it says, can you change?
Thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. We're going to note that that was just an error. We're going to assume that that was, given that everyone else read the chat, it was 2.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to announce the closure of voting in 30 seconds. Ten more seconds, councillors. All right. Hello. Sorry, there was just an issue with my Wi-Fi for a second. Thanks for bearing with me, everyone. As such, we're going to move back on to debate on the main motion. So all individuals wishing to speak on the main motion can either raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list.
Sorry, Speaker, did you announce the results of that poll?
I did, but I'm not sure if it actually caught. Let me check. The with 6 in favor, 14 opposed, and 7 abstentions, the motion of the amendment fails. Okay, seeing no individuals wishing to speak on debate on the main motion, we'll now move forward with the vote. And voting is now open, councillors. We'll give everyone 30 more seconds. With that, voting has now closed. The results of the vote are as follows: 20 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention. The motion is approved. All right. Moving on to item 12C. Motion regarding increase in scope of the mental health fee 2020-1008. We'll begin with a 2-minute motivation from VP Student Life.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. So this motion today that I'm moving is a motion to increase the mental health fee and also renew it as it is coming up for renewal. So the mental health fee currently is at 40 cents, and so we will be raising it to $1.66. And the intention behind this is mainly to implement this software as a solution called Wellness World, which is this digital portal that addresses student needs that have been, I guess, like needs for quite a few years. Particularly, it's intended to bridge the academic and wellness dimensions of student life, centralize resources into one place, so centralize various wellness resources across the campus in one digital solution, essentially, and also allow for more specific demographics of people, and particularly equity-seeking populations, to have directed and like targeted support for them. And so a little bit of background about this motion. Essentially, we first came to know about Wellness World back in May. It was myself and the mental health commissioner who've been working on this project for pretty much the whole summer, where we were approached with this idea. We were able to develop a custom solution for McGill along with a team from U Ottawa. And so over the summer, we engaged in a lot of consultations with student groups. So some of the student groups that we consulted with include Queer McGill and also the Black Students Network, among various other groups, as you'll see more elaborated in the motion. And then following that, we are currently now looking at whether we could get student buy-in for the Wellness World portal. And so that's the whole idea behind the referendum is we're hoping to put this forward to a referendum so that we can get funding to implement this Wellness World solution. And simultaneously, we're looking at the Sustainability Projects Fund or the SPF Fund to like also provide funding for this in case the referendum fails. So that's currently our plan for implementing this Wellness World portal. In addition, this portal is meant to also address something that is contained in the mental health plan and policy, which is that this year, in fact, in 2020, the mental health team is supposed to be working on a like website that will, I guess, gather all the resources at McGill together and then provide that to students in a way that's like easily navigable. So this Wellness World portal is also meant to address that need. And a little bit more about this, the referendum question that we're moving today. It also addresses the mental health policy and plan because within that policy and plan, it is stipulated that by 2021, the mental health fee is supposed to be increased, and also it is supposed to be made non-opt-outable. So that is also what this referendum question is going to be doing. Yeah, I suppose that pretty much covers what this motion is about, but I really implore you to read the entire motion because there is a lot more detail than I was able to cover. And yeah, I stand for any questions that folks might have.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Moving on to question period, we'll begin with Councillor Wan.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask how much the contract with Wellness World will be per year or per student or whatever measurement you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life.
Yeah, that is a great question. So it'll be approximately $1.22 per student is the quote that we've been given essentially. So for the year, I think it is around $40,000 that we're looking to fund. Like for one calendar year, it would cost like around $40,000 if I'm not mistaken.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. I just had a question. Just so when you guys were coming into conclusion to do focus on Wellness World, what were the other, I guess, candidates that you guys were looking into? The other researches regarding on like why specifically, I guess, Wellness World compared to other, I guess, ones, things that you could chosen.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life.
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the biggest draws for us with choosing Wellness World to implement this solution was that it's a by students for students solution. So essentially, this portal, first of all, is like extremely easily customizable, and the folks who are developing the portal are very much valuing our feedback at the heart of this. So we've engaged in we were able to work with them to engage in like a series of consultations with student groups. They've been able to take our feedback and like change the portal as needed. So that was one of the big things that was a draw for us, that we were working with other students who understood the needs of the student population essentially, and also were able to be very flexible in what they offer to us and make changes essentially at a moment's notice as needed. So and I mean by that I mean change both the configuration of the portal, the features of the portal, and also change I guess the payment structure too. So there was a lot of flexibility that this portal offered. We appreciated that it was by students for students, and also we were able to invest in a I guess a strong relationship with them and really get them to hear what our concerns were and I guess adapt as necessary.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask, since this company is fairly new, as far as I'm aware, have there been any performance indicators or performance metrics that have been performed on this company and have they been met?
Thank you very much. VP Student Life.
That is a really good question. So Wellness World, or I guess the folks who are running Wellness World, it is in fact extremely new. Within the last 5 years, I think they were developed. So at the moment, even on their website, I tried to find some more information about them, but there isn't too much that I could provide. And I don't think that there are any performance or metrics or anything that I could give you that I personally have access to at the moment, is what I will say. Yeah, unfortunately. But I will yield the rest of my time to the VP University Affairs.
Yep, VP University Affairs.
Thank you. I would say that throughout the consultation process, the entire executive team was able to get demos of Wellness World. We were able to try out a lot of the aspects and personally take a stab at, I guess, using the platform ourselves. And in doing so, we were all extremely impressed with the product that was delivered. So I guess while it's not a I guess, an independent testimony or any kind of, I guess, certification, you do have the testimony of the executive team behind this this product.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Wan, do you have another question to ask?
Yes, please. Sorry, I have one last question. So how would Wellness World overlap or render obsolete the services that existing cloud services are providing currently at McGill?
VP Student Life.
So did you say that the services that clubs and services are currently providing? Sorry,
Yes, they're locally.
just for clarification. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, local clubs and services here at McGill. Like how would Wellness World overlap? Would there be any conflict or redundancies?
VP Student Life.
Okay, yeah, so there would not. In fact, what the idea behind Wellness World is that there are a couple of like features and elements to it that like make it a wellness solution rather than just like a web navigable website to find all the resources. But that's one major element of it, is that it aggregates all of these different clubs and services that are available. For instance, you can go into the portal and you can like see that there's PSC available for you as a wellness resource. There's also the Wellness Hub and then various others. And you'd be able to go into the portal and filter based on what your needs are, especially if you're like somebody from an equity seeking group. This is like especially beneficial to have like a very filtered navigation system. That's one element of what it does, but that's not nearly like the whole thing. Additionally, there are also, I guess, educational resources that are provided through Wellness World, as well as like a calendar feature where you can kind of like aggregate different classes or like wellness opportunities or events. So those are like, I guess, 3 different elements of the portal, and that's not even like everything that it encapsulates. But I would say that it's intended to complement the current resources that we have at McGill for mental health. It's intended to complement all these different groups that we have that do work on mental health, like PSC and Nightline and other groups. So it is in no way meant to replace any of these groups. And it's also, what's important to note about Wellness World is also that it's not a service provider, in that you can't get therapy from Wellness World. Like you can't like, it's not like Keep Me Safe, for instance, is an example of like a resource that is, I guess, like more clinical than this one. This is just essentially like a student wellness solution. It's a digital portal. It aggregates information rather than like provides us like therapy or something of that nature. So I hope that helps answer.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Guesta-Ansel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, j'ai de nombreuses questions. Je vais commencer avec, dans le développement de cette Wellness World, on dit qu'il y a une simplification de processus pour trouver des ressources hors du campus. Si je comprends bien, ça a été développé par l'Université d'Ottawa pour le système en Ontario. Est-ce que ça a été modifié pour prendre compte des la navigation spécifique des soins médicaux et de santé mentale au Québec, parce que le système est quand même différent?
Thank you very much. VP Student Life.
I just want to make sure that I understand the question correctly. So I'm going to rephrase, or I might totally be wrong, but the question is this like applicable to the Quebec context, essentially?
Yeah, that's correct. Because from my understanding, it was developed by the University of
Ottawa. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my answer to that one is absolutely. In fact, they developed it as a custom solution for McGill, in the sense that every element of it is like very much tailored to the McGill University experience and not even like the Quebec experience. So for the most part, there should be. I would say like for sure it considers the fact that the province is different. And the students who developed the product are from the University of Ottawa, but they do have like, I guess like in collaboration with us and in the mental health commissioners, they do have a good understanding of what this context is like. And I would say like, I have no concerns that this would apply in like Quebec and in the McGill context.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Reid.
Hi there. I've got 2 questions. The first one's just a quick yes or no. That centralizing navigation system that filters out results, is that something that when it aggregates the results stays up to date, or does it have to be manually updated by the people who punch in the data?
Thank you very much, Councillor Reid, VP Student Life.
Yeah, another good question. So
this one's kind of complicated to answer. I would say, I think new wellness resources would need to be input into the system manually, and you'd have to go through like, I think the idea is that like SSMU or whoever is like administering this wellness world solution would have like admin access to go in and make changes as needed to this filtering system. So if you need a new filter, we can go in and do that. If there's a new like service that comes up, like for instance, like the EDRC as we saw last year, we can add that in. So it's not, it wouldn't be like auto, at the moment we don't have the capacity to do like an auto like update for the filtering system.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Seeing no other individuals with questions. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Oui, donc dans la section, là où ça dénote les implications matérielles et les facteurs de risque, ça nous dit que c'est les commissaires aux santé mentale qui vont prendre soin de ça, juste un peu en élaborant sur la réponse qui a été donnée par la vice-présidence à la vie étudiante. Est-ce qu'on a calculé ça dans leurs heures et dans leur salaire? Est-ce qu'ils auraient assez de temps de faire ça et de continuer leurs activités à présent? Which is, sorry, in English, in the risk factors and resource implication section, it specifies that the mental health commissioners are in fact the ones who would serve as the project lead. And it says their staffing is already funded. Has this been brought into account with respect to their staffing hours? Are their hours going to need to be upped? Is that part of the fee increase? That information is not available.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life.
Yeah, you're right that information is not available at the moment. I think the idea is that the workload of the mental health commissioner would not increase as a result of this, of implementing the service. So mainly the money, the $1.26 like increase here is meant to pay for the wellness portal and not like additional hours for the mental health commissioner. In my discussion with the mental health commissioner, she's mentioned that she does not expect that we would need an increase that could account for like any additional hours that she would need to be paid for. So yes.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life and Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Councillor Reid.
So with respect to starting new portals, I think like a first degree question when you pursue these projects has to do with like drumming up the student engagement to basically like look at that because websites in general always claim to sort of be a one-stop shop. I'm wondering about whether or not, do we have any notion from like results or their history at say U Ottawa that shows that this is actually effective at getting people engaged in it and not just seeing it as another like portal to manage?
VP Student Life?
Yes, so the idea here is that this fee increase right now that we're doing is going to serve as that portal for, or like, sorry, the pilot for the portal. So this is, I guess within, let's say that this passes within like winter 2021 and like the following year, we're going to be doing that like engagement to see if students are actually using this portal, if they think it's useful. And I guess it would be up to the mental health team to do all of that, like, I guess like monitoring and evaluation of the portal. But ideally we would be able to like pay for a pilot that is like shorter than a year long. But because of like the nature of the product, and we've tried our best to like see if there's a way that we can like do like a 1-month pilot with a couple of students, but because of the nature of the product, it has to be like a little longer than that for us to like really understand if students are engaging, what the issues are with the portal, like what we need to change with the portal. So yeah, what else? My answer to that is that we're going to be doing like a lot of monitoring and a lot of like, I guess like research into whether this is really effective, whether students are using it after this referendum and if it passes.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Moi, ma préoccupation, juste pour revenir sur la question des heures de travail liées à ce projet, si j'ai bien compris, tout ce qui est événement en lien avec la santé mentale doit être ajouté manuellement parce que les filtres ne vont pas nécessairement attraper ça. Est-ce que j'ai la bonne impression? So that's to say, for individual wellness events, which seem to be one of the focuses of the portal, is to advertise those sorts of things so students can use them as resources. It doesn't seem the filter would pick this up, so I'm a little skeptical with respect to the claim that this isn't really going to be adding any staffing hours. It seems as though it's another multimedia platform for a staff to manage.
Is my impression correct, or am I missing something? Are the filters going to be able to add wellness events through various algorithms that are built into the back end?
Thank you very much, Councillor Griaz de Ansel, VP Student Life.
Well, what I'll say is you raise a good point about like the manual addition of events into the portal. I am not too sure what I think the administrative workload is going to look like for the portal, because it's a collaboration between like you Ottawa students and ourselves. So it's hard for me to tell whether it'll actually be like the mental health commissioner herself who is like inputting these different events every week into the portal, or if there's an automated system to do that, because that element of it, the I guess addition of events, that is not something that is because it's like so frequent. I think that's something that can be handled by the wellness world, the folks administering the wellness world, rather than like somebody at SSMU, if that makes sense. And I think that's the impression that I was like under, is that it wouldn't be us who has to go in and like take on this heavy administrative burden of like updating it every single week. It would be like Wellness World who does that, or it'd be them like, I guess, finding an automated way to do it and like aggregating that information from like a Facebook events. So I don't believe that, I don't believe that it would be on the mental health commissioner to do that work.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid?
Sorry, I think I put my name up there by mistake.
Hey.
My mistake, Madam Speaker.
Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move forward with debate. All individuals wishing to participate in debate can raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list. We'll first look towards Councillor Griaz de Ansel.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Je veux porter une proposition pour la division du question. Comme je l'ai mentionné dans le période des questions, cette proposition, ça s'agit de deux questions quand même différentes. L'un, c'est le renouvellement d'une levée de fonds qui est assez importante, qui lève sur la santé psychologique de nos étudiants et étudiantes. L'autre, c'est l'introduction d'un nouvel service, ce qui est le Wellness World, y compris une levée de fonds supplémentaire. Donc, je pense que c'est fondamentalement, ça comprend deux questions différentes et on devrait y voter en correspondance avec cette réclamation.
All right, thank you very much. That was, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a motion to divide the question, Councillor Griaz de Ansel?
Oui, c'est exactement ça.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion to divide the question. So for individuals unfamiliar with this, motion to divide the question basically means that instead of voting on the motion as a whole, we would vote on the motion separately based on the points laid out by Councillor Griaz de Ansel. I can't remember the exact point, so I'll just ask for a reference. But so when moved to a vote, we would vote on points completely separately. So which is to say, if one part of the motion fails, it would not mean that all parts of the motion fails. So Councillor Griaz de Ansel, could you just let me know, just repeat which parts that you would like separated so that so that the parliamentarian can make those distinctions?
Do you agree to the renewal of the mental health fee to establish as a non-opt-outable fee, payable by all SSMU members, etc., up until, oh God, sorry. So one question would be, do you agree to the renewal of the mental health fee to establish as a non-opt-outable? Cut out, and yeah, exactly, correct. And then you would delete for the purpose of bridging the academic and wellness dimensions, blah, blah, blah. And then you resume with an understanding that a majority no vote.
Okay.
That's correct. So that's question number one.
All right. So we have a motion to divide the question. Before Councillor Griaz de Ansel can motivate that further, can we have a motion to second at that time?
Seconded by Councillor Wen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wen. As such, Councillor Griaz de Ansel, you may motivate.
Donc, j'ai déjà fait une petite motivation. Je m'excuse, Madame la Présidente, de ne pas avoir fait à la bonne moment. Mais effectivement, comme j'ai dit, ça s'agit de deux questions séparées. L'un, c'est le renouvellement d'une frais assez importante. La deuxième, c'est une levée de fonds pour une provision de service qui n'existe pas présentement à l'AUM. Donc, c'est pas juste pour les étudiantes que ça s'est posé comme une seule question.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. With that, we are now going to enter, with that motion motivated, we're now going to enter into debate on division of the question. So all individuals wishing to participate in this debate can indicate so via the speaking list or by raising their hands. Councillor Wan.
I'd like to speak in strong favor of this motion. I think that previously with the two separate questions combined into one question, if someone were to disagree with one question, this would be impossible to distinguish. So with this, this clears up all of the issues. And I'd like to strongly seek unanimous consent or whatever, sorry, nothing with the term, but the consent.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Are there any other, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, is this from previously or is this a new raised hand?
Non, je m'excuse, je la baisse présentement.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Seeing no further individuals wishing to participate on debate to divide the question, just give me one moment. I'll first ask if is there a desire, we'll first do this by unanimous consent, or is there anyone opposed to the passing of the motion to divide the question? All right, seeing none, has been approved and the question shall now stand divided. Moving back on to debate on the main motion, which is to say either of the questions can be spoken on. We will now recognize VP University Affairs. I think this is still accurate. If it's not, let me know.
It is. I would firstly like to speak in favor of the motion as a whole, that is to say both questions. Well, first of all, I think like the renewal of the mental health fee, I think stands on its own. I think anyone can agree that this is a tremendously useful, if not like incredibly necessary fee. And I think like protecting it as a non-opt-outable fee will add like a layer of security to the fee and the funds raised by it. I would also say that like as like one of the individuals that like met with Wellness World, like surveyed like the project, like I would be in favor of increasing the fee to like allow for that project. And I want to conclude by like thanking the VP Student Life for everything that she said on this motion, especially considering the fact that largely most of her comments are on behalf of the mental health commissioners. And I would like to congratulate her on doing like really amazingly dealing with like a very large volume of questions. So I would like to thank her for her comments and echo them likewise.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, Councillor Wan.
My apologies for being overly semantic, but I would like to propose an amendment to the current two questions into a third question, because I believe that currently as it stands, we're looking to both renew and change from an opt-outable fee to a non-opt-outable fee. And I believe that the changing of the opt-ability, if that's a term, that might be contentious potentially. So I believe that we should split this into a separate question. The renewing as one question and changing from opt-outable to non-opt-outable as the second question.
All right, so we have a motion to further divide the question. Can I have a second on that capacity?
Guiaz de Amsel.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. With that, we will now all allow the parliamentarian to make the necessary adjustments if this so passes.
So, Councillor Wan, could you just mention exactly where you'd like the question to be?
Sure. So, do you agree to renew the mental health fee, and then get rid of remove the establish it as a non-opt-outable fee? So, to maintain it as an opt-outable fee, and have a separate question to change it from opt-outable to non-opt-outable. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan, you may now motivate.
Right, so as I mentioned before, I think that changing the fee from opt-outable to non-opt-outable might be contentious. So again, with the previous logic of why we changed the one question to two questions, I believe that this is important to enact this change as well.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Will all individuals wishing to speak on the division of the question can indicate so via the speaking list or through raise of hands. Councillor Guiaz-D'Anzel, okay.
Sorry.
Non, oui,
Okay. All right, Councillor Guiaz-D'Anzel.
Juste pour parler en faveur du proposition du conseiller Wan, c'est pas seulement que c'est mélangeant d'avoir une certaine phraseologie, c'est encore une fois que le député au Provo risque de ne pas accepter la proposition comme elle est formulée présentement. So that's to say, I mean, I support this motion not necessarily because it's confusing. I think that people can figure it out, but I think, well, and actually has been pointed to with like the last 10 years of precedent, the Office of Student Life and Learning doesn't allow the submission of questions that allow for both a renewal and a change in nature. So just on the strength of precedent alone, this should pass by unanimous consent, the division of the question.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz-D'Anzel.
If I could interrupt for a second, Councillor Wan, is that wording okay for you? I didn't include the wording to make this fee to change this fee from opt-outable to non-opt-outable, simply because I think it's just too wordy and it can be determined upon reading.
Great, thank you. I think it's fine. I'd like to ask the original movers and seconders of the motion if they think this is all right. I'd like to get their opinions too, please.
All right, VP Student Life.
Yeah, so I'm in consultation with the mental health commissioner. I think this is also acceptable. We are also amenable to this too.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Seeing no further individuals wishing to participate in the division of the debate on the division of the question, I'll first ask, is there any opposition to conducting this vote by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the question will now stand divided once again. Moving back to debate on the main motion, all individuals wishing to participate. Councillor Guiaz-D'Anzel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move a vote by unanimous consent for parts 1 and 3 of the question, that is the renewal of the fee and the change in nature of the fee.
All right, thank you very much. With that motion in mind, can I have a second to that capacity?
Seconded, Senator Daryanani.
Thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. Councillor Guiaz-D'Anzel, would you like to motivate further?
Oui. Donc, juste pour dire que la discussion porterait sûrement sur Wellness World. On comprend bien que c'est la deuxième partie du question qui porte sur Wellness World. Le reste, je pense qu'on devrait, on l'a, puis on devrait continuer d'avoir un certain engagement envers la santé psychologique de nos membres. Oui, il y a évidemment une question de l'engagement de McGill. Et McGill should be paying for this. We shouldn't be charging our students any fees ultimately, but we're in a different sort of paradigm and reality of that situation. Cela étant dit, ces deux questions ne relèvent pas vraiment contentieusement, vu qu'on a déjà un grand engagement vers la santé psychologique de nos membres.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz-D'Anzel. Is there any individuals wishing to? Is there any opposition to approving the first question, which is do you agree to renew the mental health fee? And the third question, do you agree to make this fee non-opt-outable? Is there any opposition to approving this by unanimous consent? Seeing none, these two questions will stand approved.
Motion to move the question on the next amendment. Do you agree to increase this fee by $1.26 to?
Yep.
Yeah.
Councillor Smith.
Just right, you have a motion to move it?
Well, yeah, to call the question on that.
I mean, there is no debate, so I'm just gonna, to save semantics, there is no further individuals wishing to participate in the debate. So we'll just move forward. We'll move forward with the vote. We're going to conduct this, I'll first ask, is there any opposition to approval of this fee?
Oui.
Okay. With that, we have a Google form all ready to go. Please note that I'm not going to adjust it in the motion, but it will be adjusted in the minutes. The 13C, it will only speak on the second. It will only reflect how individuals vote on the second question. That being said, the form is now open, councilors.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yep, VP University Affairs.
Not that I was planning on it, but as we do not have voting rights, I'm going to guess that executives can't oppose to unanimous consent, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, I'll give everyone 15 more seconds. With that, we'll announce the closure of voting. With 17 in favor and 5 opposed, the motion is approved. Moving on to item 13D, we have the motion regarding the SMU daycare fee for fall 2020 referendum 2020-10-08. This has also been moved by VP Student Life. So VP Student Life, you may now have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So this motion is also a fee renewal and increase for the SMU daycare fee. And so we are proposing an increase of 50 cents. The current fee is $2.50. So I think we're proposing an increase to $3. And so the intention behind this is because in the past few years, the SMU daycare has been running almost at a deficit or like close to a deficit due to various reasons related to like staffing changes that have happened in the past year, as well as a need for like greater operational capacity. And additionally, in the future, we intend to expand the SMU daycare because of the extremely high demand for places in the SMU daycare and the SMU nursery. So with this motion, hopefully it will enable us to, in the next few years, engage in greater expansion. And especially now that we have a general manager too, I believe that it's extremely helpful for us to have this extra money in order to expand our capacity, provide for more student parents, and just generally serve our population better. I will stand for any questions that folks have.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. With that, we'll move on to question period. All individuals with questions can indicate so via the speaking list. We'll first go towards Councillor Wan.
Thank you. Do you think it would be a good idea to include the previous fee in the question so that students would know what the fee is increasing from and to? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. VP Student Life.
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. And I'm happy, maybe, can I make an amendment on my own motion to change the wording from like slightly?
What would you be changing the wording to?
Oh, yeah. So the question all the way at the bottom, I would just instead say, do you agree to the renewal and increase of the the non-opt-outable SMU daycare fee from $2.50 per term to $3 per term. And that's it.
Okay, assuming that Councillor Smith, are you amenable to that?
I'm absolutely amenable to that.
All right, we're going to take that as a friendly amendment. We're also going to note that it's going to be included. I'll probably ask Wing to. There's always going to be, for fees going to referendum, there will always be a section that says at the bottom, like, be it further resolved that the Legislative Council approves this motion in principle and does not, and that any spelling mistakes or grammatical errors that do not change the spirit of the motion does not impact its appearance at referendum. But we're going to add that after, just whenever Wing has a chance. Wing, if you can ever get to, when you can get to that, that'd be greatly appreciated. But with that, we'll now look towards Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is just the impact of COVID on the daycare. Is it currently functioning? And if it is, then is there going to be a surplus from this year, considering that student fees are collected, or are they not being collected this semester? Maybe some clarification as to that would be great.
VP Student Life?
Yep, thanks for that question. And I don't remember the exact numbers of what our capacity is at. So perhaps like also the VP University Affairs, if they have anything to add, please feel free to also jump in. But from what I understand is the SMU nursery and the SMU daycare are both they were running at a reduced capacity in the past few months, and then they've slowly been increasing capacity as I guess COVID regulations have changed. Currently, I believe the SMU daycare is still running at the moment, and almost at full capacity, like full reduced capacity, if that makes sense. We only have one spot that remaining that we want to fill, but other than that, there's still extremely high demand for it. Parents are still coming in, even with the COVID situation. And yeah, I hope that pretty much covered it.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Daryanani, do you have another question?
Yeah, just to follow up. So since it is at reduced capacity, that means to say that there is a 50% surplus, or have staff been reduced as well?
Thank you very much. VP Student Life?
No, staff have not been reduced. In fact, I think we are retaining the same number of educators as we had. I believe by now we've had like a pretty much gradual increase in the amount of children in the daycare that we're allowing. And I think at this point it is at 100% capacity or close to 100% capacity because we have one empty spot. But in terms of our finances, we are still utilizing this amount. We're not running a surplus. We're not we're not in a place of like a financial abundance, so to speak. So we are still using all the money that we're collecting from students.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Karasik.
Yeah, I just had a really quick question in terms of this increase. Given the potential for maybe either more constraints or more requirements put in place by the government in the coming months, do you think this raises enough to meet that if needed?
VP Student Life?
Yeah, I would say it does, from my understanding, and like because the folks who are consulted in the moving of this motion are like the daycare director and others. So I do believe that this is enough to cover any like additional expenses we'll need to like incur over the next few years given the COVID situation. So yeah, I do think this is a welcome increase. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask whether this daycare collects fees from parents for their children to go to daycare, and in what way does this help McGill students, and why do McGill students have to pay for it?
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. VP Student Life.
I am actually unsure if we are charging student parents for their place in the daycare. I don't want to answer this question without more knowledge of whether we do that or not. Perhaps if the VP University first could or knows, or like if any other folks on this council know, but from what I know, I'm not entirely sure if it's covered by SMU fees completely, or if there is any money that the parents put in themselves to pay for the service. But to address, could you repeat also the second half of your question?
Yeah, why do students have to pay for this?
You certainly.
Well, one thing that I would say about the SMU daycare, well, first of all, it's intended to be a service that we provide as SMU to student parents in the community, and it's because we've identified a need for it. The McGill CPE exists, and that's a place where a lot of like faculty members, their children go there. But because there's such an enormous need for like, I guess, care for student parents and for others, that's kind of the idea behind the SMU daycare, and that's why we ask our SMU membership to pay these fees. As well, I think these values are also stipulated in the SMU's policy on family care too. So, yeah. And I'll also ask if I'll yield the rest of my time to Councillor Guiazda Amsel if he had indicated that he wanted to speak on this.
Councillor Guiazda Amsel, would you like to?
Oui, donc, oh, sorry, I'll just say this in English. Yeah, the parents pay $8.25 per day to go to the daycare, in addition to student fees and government subsidies. There are restrictions with the government, which like they loosely call it $7 a day daycare, but that's not entirely accurate, which require parent pay-in. The student fees are meant to subsidize things like rent and other individual activities, but at the foundation of the daycare, there was a decision by the student body not to fully subsidize the costs of daycare, in part because it fills up too quickly, which may seem strange, except when you note that most of the occupancy of the daycare is not actually undergraduate students. So by delaying it with a small fee, not a huge one, but a small one, you increase search times, which allow undergraduate students spots on the daycare, which they otherwise wouldn't get, because once a student's in there, or sorry, once a kid is in there, you can't just kick them out because you found an undergraduate student with a kid. So I hope that clarifies why, and yes, that they do, and why they do pay a small daily fee.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiazda Amsel. Councillor Guiazda Amsel, do you also have a question to ask yourself?
Non, c'était pour faire cette intervention-là.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiazda Amsel. Councillor Kodadati?
So I wanted to see why is it non-opt-outable? Like, can we change it to opt-outable?
You could put forward a motion to that capacity.
But like before, I wanted to see what is the reason behind it.
Okay. VP Student Life.
I'm not too sure when exactly this fee became non-opt-outable. I suspect that potentially when this fee was initially brought forward to the referendum to the student population, that it was initially like posed as a non-opt-outable fee. And I think the reason for that is because of the necessity of the SMU daycare, because of the need to have reliable funding too for the SMU daycare, which is the other element of like why things should be non-opt-outable, is because now we can, it allows for our better budgeting on our part, and we don't have to like make an assumption of like who's going to opt out of the fee and how much will we get every year. So for that reason, for like financial, I guess, reliability on our part, I think it should remain non-opt-outable. And also because it's like a really necessary service for a lot of student parents, and one that's highly in demand, I would want to maintain it as non-opt-outable.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Guiazda Amsel.
So that's correct. The daycare operates on shoestring margins, which means like a couple of $100s here and there on each individual expense account. The daycare wouldn't be feasible within the regulations that are required by the Ministre de la Famille et des Aînés if there was an opt-outable fee, because you just have too much variance in your budget line and in the individual expense accounts, because different parts of your fees are dedicated to different things like rent or programming or whatever. And yeah, to echo the VP Student Life, I believe it was initially proposed as a non-opt-outable fee for that reason.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiazda Amsel. Councillor Krosek.
Oh, sorry, I'd forgotten to put down my hand.
All right.
Councillor Guaz-Dam's already said what I was going to say.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question can be answered by either the VP Student Life or the VP Finance, but how much fees does a student pay that's non-opt-outable to SSMU, irrespective of what it's being paid for? And how much of that fee, of the fees in total, are opt-outable? Maybe you don't have the number on the top of your head, but I don't mind if the questions defer to next council as well.
Point of order.
Yeah. Councillor Guaz-Dam.
This is not within the context of the current discussion. It's extraneous and should be asked either during question period or within the context of a motion which aims to change non-opt-outable fees to opt-outable. I take the point of the member from the Senate caucus, but a conversation as to which types of fees should be opt-outable and non-opt-outable is an ongoing and very long conversation at SSMU, and shouldn't really be affected by whether or not we renew daycare operations.
Well, if I may,
I agree to that, and as such, Senator Daryanani's comment regarding opt-outable and non-opt-outable fees as a whole will be struck from the minutes.
May I rephrase the way I wish to ask my question?
Senator Daryanani.
In light of the increase of 50 cents from $2.50 to $3, I'm concerned with the amount of fees that a student has to pay every semester for SSMU fees for causes that may not directly impact themselves. As a result, my question is, how much fees does a student pay to SSMU in consideration with this? If the question is not accepted, I don't mind answering my question otherwise, but I do feel that I'm sorry if this is not any more question, but I do feel that my concern is, why is it being increased? Considering that a $3 fee is not a lot, but at the same time, it doesn't really directly impact students.
All right, so we're going to strike for the record, we're going to strike all portions of the question concerning the opt-outable and non-opt-outable fees as a whole. So VP Finance, if you're saying you can answer, you don't have to answer that. It's not relevant to the motion at hand. However, if you'd like to answer on why the increase, you can do so now.
I was just going to answer the amount, but never mind, I'll yield my time.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in question period at this time? Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Speaker. Could the budget be included on the referendum question as an appendix so that students know what they're paying for?
Can you clarify the budget of the daycare specifically?
Yes, sorry.
I'm going to ask VP Finance.
I suppose we could get the budget, but I'm pretty sure that because the daycare has a separate board, it might not be necessary. With that being said, there is a budget made and it technically can be attached.
I'm also just going to note motions that, just speaking from past referendums, motions that have appendixes always have a higher abstain rate, because as soon as you provide voters more opportunity to read, it typically just ends up leading to more abstentions. That being said, if that is the will of council, but we won't make a measurable action to that effect until we enter into debate. So with that, we'll move forward with debate, and we'll first recognize Councillor VP University Affairs.
Right. So I first want to address something that I find particularly concerning. I'm not convinced that council fully realizes the immeasurable impact that the SSMU daycare has on the lives of so many undergraduate students with children that need to be supported during class. I would say that the SSMU daycare is an incredibly an incredibly important service, arguably one of the most important services that the SMU provides. And I will just say that it has been incredibly difficult hearing people continually question why we have a daycare or why undergraduate students should be paying for a equitable, affordable daycare that can support undergraduate students with children. I would say that this is an incredibly important service that we provide. And I would say that a 50-cent fee per student, when the direct impact is that undergraduate and now postgraduate, as we've expanded, parents will have access to sustainable, affordable childcare, is a very, very small price to pay. And I think not only should this be maintained as a non-opt-outable fee, I think that the increase from $2.50 to $3 is like a very conservative increase to maintain the very, very slim profit margins that the daycare maintains. Like, as a member of the daycare board of directors, like, it's really flying by the skin of its seat to maintain a incredibly necessary service for undergraduate students. Like no joke, this is arguably one of the most important things that SMU does for students.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs, Councillor Karasik.
Yeah, I honestly can't second that enough. Like, the daycare does a massive amount of work, especially for student parents who genuinely often don't have another alternative, especially before Zoom University, to go to classes because they'd have to look after their child. And there's very, very few daycare spots open in this entire province. It's incredibly competitive. Like, as someone who actually was in the McGill daycare system, like, it's very important. It serves a purpose. That's actually why I was worried that 50 cents wasn't enough. Like, I genuinely thought, is 50 cents a high enough raise considering how like tight their budget normally is, and with all these new requirements they have? Like, even looking past the issue of, well, do I really care about other people if I'm not personally affected by them, being kind of a little bit insensitive, I guess would be the word I'd use. It's still like, this in particular, it makes no sense, as like all services have an important use, but this service especially is, again, as the VP University Affairs has said, probably one of, if not our most important service. Like, I cannot overstate this enough myself.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect to all the comments made before this, I'm not saying that the service is not important. I completely agree. Maybe I do not have the entire idea of how valuable the service is to undergraduates or children in general to maintain their well-being and such. However, my concern is of a larger SMU problem, which I think everyone's aware of, the amount of fees that we pay to SMU, and for things that may not directly impact everyone once again, but at the same time, just the ability for SMU to just increase fees that students may not be aware about is a concern that I have, and thus I will raise a motion a little later to divide the question for renewal and non-opt-outable.
All right,
also,
thank you.
point of order, I think that at last council, I was actually called out for texting, for messaging on the chat.
For that meeting, Senator Daryanani.
Sorry?
That was for the portion of that meeting, Senator Daryanani.
Well, I still raise a point of order, and I think crosstalk is not allowed.
Okay, for the purpose of the minutes, we're going to note the fact that Councillor Karasik will take that. Councillor Karasik said, you pay more in health and dental than all opt-outable fees. IIRC. I can't remember what IIRC stands for at the top of my head. Councillor
If I recall correctly.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. We'll take that. With that, we'll move, continuing on debate. VP University Affairs, is this a new one?
Yes, it is. I acknowledge the concerns with like raising fees. I think that this is a concern that's brought up like whenever a new fee is introduced or whenever a fee is renewed. I would say, however, that like of all of all fees to bring that up on, I would say that this should be the last where we consider cutting costs. Like that not only is the SMU daycare like as it stands now an incredibly important service, as the VP Student Life has said, it is continually expanding capacity while in non-pandemic times. Because as it stands now, like it is constantly at full capacity. Like it needs to expand if like more undergraduate students are going to be able to access the service, because as it stands now, like there are many undergraduate students with children and now postgraduate students with children that we've joined with the PGSS that do not have access to the daycare because quite simply the capacity does not exist in its present form. And I think that a 50-cent increase when it means expanding capacity and allowing more undergraduate and postgraduate student parents access to affordable childcare is a very small price to pay. And I think that for these purposes, I think that we can take the hit of 50 cents in order to not only preserve, but to expand access to an incredibly I cannot stress, like indescribably valuable service that so many undergraduate and postgraduate student parents depend on.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs will now move on to Councillor Reid.
Yes, I'd like to begin by, of course, echoing Frizzle's assessment of the importance of this. Of all fees, this is one that we really ought to be supporting. It follows the basic principle of making moves towards promoting equity at McGill and helping us redistribute to people who are generally going to be less represented in terms of student government, and allows us to redistribute wealth in a way within the SMU that is productive. But to Councillor Darianani's point about raising fees being a problem and students not being informed of this, I mean, that's what the referendum is for. No, each student gets to look and vote as to whether or not this the fees go into effect. And we're simply deciding whether or not they should go to that referendum. And of all fees, of all fee increases, this is certainly one that should.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reid. Just a reminder for councillors, when referring to executives, please refer them to VP and then followed by their portfolio. Moving on, we'll move on to VP Finance.
Yeah, I'll just start with echoing what VP University Affairs has already said, and then kind of taking more of a financial perspective, I suppose. This 50% increase, from what I understand, is also like the purpose of it is to cover an expected deficit for this year. The surplus, they did some projections and they were expected to run a deficit. So the 50% increase is like allowing for the continuation of the daycare, which has been expressed as a very important service. And then to keep it non-opt-outable, that is also essential because the operation fees each year for the daycare, like they're static. You can't just casually change the operating costs of the daycare. And if we were to change it to opt-outable, it doesn't make sense due to the nature of how the daycare runs.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Senator Darianani, do you have a point or no?
A motion to split the question, to divide the question, to make it, do you agree to the renewal of the non-opt-outable SMU daycare fee from $250 and that's the entire question, and then sorry, just the renewal to $250. And then the second question is the increase by 50 cents.
Okay, so for purpose of the parliamentarian.
Yep, just 1 second.
Okay.
Just to clarify, if the first split can include the fee of $250, that'd be great.
All right, with that, can we have a second?
Seconded.
Sorry, I'm just gonna reword. Just gonna change the wording. The nature of the motion's still gonna be the same.
All right, sorry, Councillor Kodadati, were you the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. With that, Senator Daryanani, you may now motivate.
For the reasons I've said before, I think SSMU easily increases fees. And while I understand that this is a very important and valuable service, I still think that the principle of increasing fees should be separate from the principle of renewing them. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. With that, we'll now enter into debate. I'm just going to indicate it on the speaking list. Councillor Karasik.
With all due respect, I understand what you're getting at, but I really don't like the idea of putting a valuable service in danger solely because of essentially a point of pride. I don't think this makes sense. I think it's honestly reckless. If it does fail, then we have essentially a non-functional daycare. Like, yes, it's probably going to pass regardless, but I don't like the idea of putting it directly at risk and having it be non-functional just to prove a point.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. We'll now go towards VP University Affairs.
Right. I'd like to reiterate the point that as it stands now, the SSMU daycare is already running a deficit. It's already constrained by capacity. Like it's being held together. It's it hasn't died yet, but I would say that given all the concerns around capacity and like the lack of capacity to support really any new students at the daycare, and the fact that the SSMU daycare is currently already running a deficit, the fact that the fee increase was necessary to support the daycare, given the fact that it's built a deficit, I think that I would have to agree with Councillor Karasik in saying that splitting this question would be reckless, in the sense that if the increase fails, that's still essentially that's still a very hard blow to the daycare. Like that would keep the daycare in deficit. And in order to support itself, it would have to either reduce capacity or cut costs in some other way. And that's obviously like not something that I would like to, that's not the kind of danger that I would like to incur upon the SSMU daycare. I think that splitting the question furthermore increases the likelihood of a successful no vote on the increase. Whereas if they were kept together, like the livelihood of the daycare would be housed under one question, which in my mind would be more likely to succeed, and furthermore would more accurately demonstrate like the absolute need for this fee increase. So while I recognize that I will fully concede that at times I believe that like fee implementation can be like misguided or reckless, or that fees can be unnecessarily high at times. I will concede that. That being said, I do not believe that this is a case. I believe that in this case, this fee increase is absolutely necessary. It was calculated. It's what's required to pay off the deficit and expand capacity. And in that sense, I think it would be reckless to split this question.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. VP Student Life.
Okay, sorry to add a third voice of to echo what has already been said by Councillor Karasik and the VP University Affairs, but I also want to reiterate again and mention that this fee increase is in fact critical to the well operating of the daycare in the next few years, especially given the COVID situation. And one thing that I didn't mention is that this year we've had a lot of the reasons for this deficit are like internal to what's going on in the daycare, specifically like related to, you know, internal, I guess, operations, but also because of the COVID situation, we've had to invest a lot in like various COVID measures. For instance, we had to like put up a hand sanitizing station. All of our sanitizing and like cleaning, like I guess, protocols have had to change. We've had to put in an enormous amount of work too in like adapting to the new regulations and keeping up with what the MFA is saying. So for us, like this fee increase is extremely important. And I am also like against the dividing of this question because I fear that students, while they may be okay with the renewal of the fee, I think it's often a knee-jerk reaction for us to look at a fee increase. And if it doesn't apply to us, like opt out of that or like vote against that. So I'm really concerned that that could happen in this situation. And I very much would like for the fee to be both renewed and increased, especially in this scenario where a lot of people rely on this important service.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Counselor Collins.
Yeah, so I'd just like to address my fellow counselors with regards to the concern that students don't always understand what fee increases they are voting for, or don't always have like, you know, knowledge of what that looks like for them. So it really is like students' responsibility or our constituents' responsibility to inform themselves of what our fee increases are and what they mean for them. I know that usually every year, like if I recall correctly, the Tribune usually releases like a piece kind of outlining the fees and what they mean before a referendum. So students do have plenty of opportunity to educate themselves on what the referendum means for them, as well as that's basically the reason why we exist, is so students can come to us and ask us about SMU affairs. So I don't really understand that point, and I think it's pretty irrelevant. I think that it's almost a bit condescending to suggest that students are unable to, you know, like educate themselves and make their own decisions about fees. And I really trust that our constituents are able to recognize the importance of educating themselves on our referendums and can make decisions that are what's best for the community. And what's best for our community, as well as our society, is to increase the fee. So I really hope that everybody chooses to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Counselor Collins. Counselor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I just want to echo the comments made by the Vice President of University Affairs, the Vice President of Student Life, and my fellow arts rep, Councillor Karasik. I personally believe that this amendment has been very ill thought out. I believe that there was arguably no thinking as to what could happen if this fails. And this would put a vital service of this university or that our organization provides at risk. And I've seen in the Faculty of Arts many, many student parents who are relying on the daycare. And there's no say from the mover of this amendment as to what would happen if this failed. And we cannot risk that, in my opinion.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to address the immediate point brought about by Councillor Smith, really it does consider the risk, and that is that there is still a $250 opt-outable fee. It's the increase that I'm trying to split. So I think maybe that comment is not very relevant in terms of the grand scope of things, because it will still function the same way should the first question pass. Second, in terms of educating themselves on the campaign, I do believe that SMU has a referendum fee to run a campaign for referendum questions. So I guess as a request, I do ask that when this referendum question is run, that students are educated that such a service will allow for expansion and what it is used for and who it is good for. Once again, to the whole council, I don't mean to reduce the importance or the value of the daycare. I just want to bring light. You can call it a matter of pride if you want, Councillor Karasik, but I think it is a matter of the SMU executives knowing what fee increases can do to students, and that increasing them directly for other irrelevant services do put important services like this at risk.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. Councillor Reid.
I'd like to open by pointing out the fact that the previous speaker said that SMU daycare would operate exactly the same way if this non-opt-outable fee wasn't increased, and that's simply not the case. As the VP Student Life has already outlined for us, given the circumstances, these are not just new expansions, but they're also the regular maintenance and making sure that they can still operate under the current conditions. But furthermore, this fix that the previous speaker is suggesting in this amendment is exclusively a cosmetic one. I mean, he's suggesting that splitting the question would somehow make it more informative, but the truth is the same information is being presented to the students. It's just in a less convenient and more precarious means of being communicated. I would suggest if there truly are concerns about the level of engagement with student material or how much students are informing themselves, that's a completely different question. And this service, which is so vital, should not be put at stake for answering it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reed. VP Finance.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I understand the concerns regarding raising non-opt-outable fees. And I definitely echo a lot of those concerns, but with that being said, this motion definitely isn't the place to be kind of talking about that, I guess, especially with the daycare at stake.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Karasik.
Yeah, I'm just going to start with saying I take issue to your point that raising fees in the future might put the daycare at risk when you currently, at this exact moment in time, are putting the daycare at risk with this amendment. Like, first and foremost, none of that matters because right now you are putting the daycare at potential risk. So for starters, the daycare, as we've said, cannot run the same if we don't get this increase. The amount of PPE we need, we had to all dealing with in terms of like new restrictions on distancing, new restrictions on protection, new restrictions on hygiene. Like the daycare already was doing bad with a very shoestring budget before this. I struggle to imagine if they can at all come close to surviving if they don't get this increase. Again, I thought $3 might have been too low. I will say this again. I was worried about that. Again, I've been told it's not, so I trust that, but that was like a worry when I first heard it. I think you genuinely are underestimating the severity that this would be, and also kind of treating the daycare as if it's a plaything that you can throw away if you don't need it.
Can I make a point of order? I just preemptively want to ensure that we don't descend into any kind of like targeted or personal comments with regards to our fellow counselors, like just preemptively.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the point well taken. Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Moving on.
Motion to call.
All right. We have a motion to call the question from Council.
Sorry. You have to put your name up for speaking in order to make a motion to that effect. It's not a privileged motion. As a point of order, sorry.
Sorry, never mind.
Sorry, my list didn't refresh. Councillor Guiasa Ansel. Councillor Guiasa Ansel.
Sorry, technological difficulties. Yeah, I'm going to be putting forward a motion later in the evening to mandate the Finance Committee to come up with a recommendation as to what should be opt-outable and non-opt-outable, because I think this is a more general question than something that, something that should be considered within the daycare future survival. Also, I think it's sort of disingenuous, well, maybe not disingenuous, but not substantiated sociologically to say that like the level of autonomy with the student body is such that they can make their own decisions about whether or not to accept a fee. Like, the reason we make these things opt-outable instead of opt-inable is because we know if we made them opt-inable, we get less of a funding. Like there are ways in which we frame these questions in order to do certain things. Like there's a reason the base fee is not opt-outable. I think that the daycare is one of these things that deserves to be maintained as non-opt-outable. Insofar as it's non-opt-outable, the question of its renewal shouldn't really be at stake. The only reason we do that is because the Deputy Provost Office requires us to do renewal referendums every 5 years. This has always been a really big pain in the behind, like in a way that should not be required for student groups that already have limited resources. So insofar as this is a cosmetic division of the question, it's only because the first one is a question whose only purpose is to like appease the Deputy Provost Office. The only question up for discussion at all is the increase question. The other one isn't actually a question insofar as the student body would have it and insofar as the student body treats its fees. It's a formality that we do in order to remain whatever in compliance with our memorandum of agreement. But yeah, so I don't think there's any sort of consideration about the first half of the question. And so insofar as you're approving one question, I don't really understand why we wouldn't approve both questions at the same time, because there's only actually one question up for discussion here.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Cuesta-Amzil. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the consent of Councillor Collins and Councillor Wan, I'd like to call the question.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing as though Councillor Wan has removed their name, Councillor Collins, is this acceptable?
I second the motion to call the question.
Thank you very much. With that in order, I will first ask, is there any opposition to calling the question at this time? Seeing none, the question has been called, and the question is to divide the question. The question is to divide the question to read that do you agree to the renewal of the non-opt-outable SMU daycare fee at $250 per term, as well as the fact that do you agree to the increase of the non-opt-outable SMU daycare fee from $250 to $3 per term for all part-time and full-time members of the SMU. I'm going to note that a motion in favor of this question would henceforth divide the question in all future proceedings, whereas a motion with the majority of no opinion would keep the motion for consideration as one. And if you can just all give me 1 second so I can make the poll. All right, the poll has been launched. All right, 15 more seconds, councilors. All right, voting has now ended with 5 in favor, 17 opposed, and 4 abstains. The motion to divide the question has failed. Before moving back to debate on the main motion, given that our two hours have yet again passed, again, in accordance with Quebec labor laws, we will thus be entering a second 10-minute recess to begin at 22:21 and to end at 22:31. 2232. We're going back. We are now moving back to debate on the main motion, which is debate on 13D. So all individuals wishing to participate in that can indicate so as soon as my participants. Councillor Gwiazda Amsel.
I'd like to move to call the question.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Gwiazda Amsel. That's very much in order. Can I have a second?
Mason.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the question has been called. Just one moment, councillors. Also note the permanent departure of Councillor Kodadati at 22:33. I'm just going to open the form, everyone. All right, the form for voting is now open, councillors. I'll give everyone 30 more seconds. All right, we'll announce the closure of voting. With 19 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions, the motion has been approved. All right, with that, we've concluded the motions portion for this council.
So point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yep.
I'm really sorry.
Yep.
So my question is, if we were to go back to one of the motions on this list, how would we? Is that allowed? And also, how would we do that?
Like, would you motion? Like, would you want to? What would be the reason that you'd like to go back to it?
I'd like to alter the referendum question that we're putting forward on the mental health fee increase.
Is it a substantive? Like, is it one that's ventures on beyond just grammatical?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right. So that would be a motion to suspend the rules, and that would require a 2/3. So VP Student Life, would you like to move that?
Yeah, can I give a little bit of context about what I'm trying to do?
Yeah.
And then move the motion. Okay, so I spoke with the mental health commissioner, and we in fact would like to just propose an increase for this semester, and then based on those results, may or may not make this non-opt-outable next semester. So instead of having these 3 questions, we are trying to take out the last one. That's the only thing I'm trying to do. So I'd like to motion to suspend the rules.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Gwiazda Amsel.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gwiazda Amsel. We will conduct this through, I'll first ask if Is there any opposition to suspending the rules? Hearing none, the rules have been suspended. We will re-enter into item 13C at this time. VP Student Life, if you'd like to elaborate further, you are free to do so. If not, that's fine as well.
Sure, I'll just elaborate really slightly on this. Sorry to take up everyone's time on this, but we don't think that it would be in our best interests to both increase the fee and make it non-opt-outable. We initially wanted to move this as one question, and since the non-opt-outable element of it is not as important, and it's not, we're concerned that potentially, like, we just don't think that at this time it's the best move for us to move both of these questions.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. With that, we'll enter into question period at this time. Councillor Wan.
Oh, sorry, I would just like some clarification as to why only one of these questions is being deferred, and specifically the opt-outable versus the other two.
VP Student Life.
Yeah, so the intention behind this motion is for us to have enough funding to fund the Wellness World portal. That's what this motion is about. And so there's really no, how do I put this? That since that's our priority and that's what we are intending to run this campaign around, we're wondering, or we believe that it would be, in order for us to get a successful outcome, we think that it would be most, I guess, prudent for us to only propose the fee increase, since that's what this campaign is going to be centered around. That's what this motion is about, in getting the money to fund Wellness World. So that is why we chose to just increase the fee and not make it opt-outable. I think the opt-outable element of it was just almost like that was secondary to the fee increase. I guess that's how I'll put it.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to debate. All individuals wishing to participate in debate. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much. I actually wanted to speak to this during the prior debate period, but then the question period was called. But I would like to vote in opposition to Wellness World. I actually did some digging during the question period previously, and I found that Wellness World was actually formed quite recently. On their website, it says that they were incorporated in March of 2020. So this means that this company is under a year old. In addition, because of the fact that this company is this new, I think that such an investment, a $40,000 investment over a period of 1 year, would be relatively high risk. So if anything, I'd try to persuade us to defer this payment for at least 1 year to see if there are any performance metrics or indicators that prove that this company is able to achieve what we're looking for it to do. As currently as it stands, I feel like we are sort of beta testing this company while paying also $40,000. Thank you.
Point of order, is that relevant to the question at hand?
No, it's not. I was going to rule it out of order. Given that this motion would come, given that the referendum would have no say over when a payment would be made. The referendum would only concern the pay of if the fee would be opt-outable and how much the fee increase would be in the fee renewal, but there would be no mention regarding payment to Wellness World. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time?
I'd like to appeal the decision of the chair on that matter.
All right, yeah, Councillor Guazda-Ansel.
So with respect to the referendum question having a say on whether or not a payment is deferred, in fact, the increase of the mental health fee is specifically for the payment. So removing that from the question effectively defers payment insofar as it forces the SSMU's board of directors or executive committee to renegotiate a 1-year trial period, which is standard practice. Was the case with the first group of student unions that used Aventis, was our own case with, I forget whether it was the textbook lending company Lexia or the peer tutoring company that we were with a couple of years ago with Empower Me. So this is pretty standard practice, and it's something that is not happening this time for no reason that I can understand too well.
Councillor Guazda-Ansel, can I just seek clarification if that clause is put in a referendum itself, or is it put as a separate clause, separate from the referendum, like the motion that would go to referendum?
Sorry, so it's implicit in the referendum question for the increase of the fee. So the original question, which has since been amended, said the increase by $1.26 for the introduction of Wellness World, which is no longer in the question, but I believe was in the original question, and for grammatical reasons would probably be reintroduced otherwise. This is not to say whether or not I support that portion of the question, just to say that I'm appealing the decision of the chair because I believe that is actually up for vote.
Yep, I'm actually just going to take that as friendly. I'll recognize that. I will also note that there was no, there hasn't been no formal motion on that capacity regardless. But I will take that. I will take that amicably. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, are there any further individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? Yeah, debate at this time. Councillor Wan, is this from prior?
Sorry, I forgot to unraise my hand.
Okay. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my phone. Yeah, I think insofar as there were researching conversations around the usefulness of our fees, I think that if there is a concern that we're overcharging, this might be the place to do it rather than the longevity of a daycare. I don't necessarily believe that due process has occurred with respect to Wellness World. It kind of seems as though it's a duplicate of the Wellness Hub insofar as it consolidates resources, which is to a large degree what the Wellness Hub is supposed to be doing. McGill paid $12 million for a website, which is like an open joke at the university, unfortunately, but is still a website with resources. So I'm not terribly clear what Wellness World adds, even if it does add something that hasn't been demonstrated, as has been very well argued by Councillor Wan. And I don't think if we're the first student union to be using it, that we should be paying for it. I understand the financial viability of a company, but this is sort of the cost of going into business for a lot of these firms. You have to let your first partners have a sort of trial run. You can't just ask students to bankroll that trial period.
All right, thank you very much, VP Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps on this note, would it be in order for me to ask a question as to, once again, the reiteration on the usefulness of Wellness Hub?
Can ask a question, but there's going to be no guarantee that it will be answered.
Yeah, so I pose my question.
Sorry, can you repeat the latter part?
I do pose my question.
Okay. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to maybe kind of get a clear idea on how the wellness, whether would in the future the use of the Wellness World will be be integrated with the McGill's own Wellness Hub itself, or would they continually be independent as they proceed in the future as well? That was my question.
Again, we're going to note that since this is debate, no, there's no guarantees if these questions have to be answered. That being said, I see that the VP Student Life would like to, is willing to speak. So VP Student Life.
Okay, I will try to clarify a few things about Wellness World. For one, its usefulness. This is detailed really, I think, extensively within the motion, that the idea of the portal is to identify gaps that don't exist currently, or sorry, aren't addressed currently within the McGill system for mental health. So one is bridging academics and wellness. There's also the social component to the digital portal, which really does not exist anywhere else in any portals that we have at McGill. It's not on the Wellness World or Wellness Hub website either. Streamlined resource navigation is not a thing on the Wellness Hub website, and neither is the connection with intersectional or identity matching support options. Additionally, I wanted to raise the point about this 1 year trial period that has apparently been done by Aventis and other providers. In this specific case, yeah, it's the case that we've asked Wellness World to be able to provide us with a pilot, with a shorter pilot, but this is essentially the idea is that through this referendum, if students believe through the campaign that we, I guess, put together from their understanding of Wellness World, if students believe that this is something that they need in their, it would, I guess, that this is a solution that they believe in, that they have buy-in to, that in the end, it is like beneficial for students, and we believe that this is addressing a gap that that hasn't been addressed by anything else. So what we want to do is essentially we want to bring this to referendum and see if students really are willing to pay this amount for the service that we're providing, or like the software as a service that we're providing. And additionally, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think that this motion deserves to go to a referendum. I think students deserve to know what Wellness World is and decide for themselves whether they think that this is something that's worth buying into. And I also want to address the point that I think Councillor Lee had asked, or another councillor had asked about, is this going to be like SSMU funded forever? And the idea is no. The idea is that we see student buy-in in the next year, and then eventually we also see McGill buy-in, and then potentially this could be a service that is offered by McGill and not so much like funded by SSMU. That's like the goal at the end of the day. The goal is to have this integrated with my courses or like another McGill platform, so that it can be like more accessible to students. So that's kind of our goal here. Yes, I will leave it at that.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to VP University Affairs.
Thanks. Right. So I would just say that with respect to, I guess, like what we're debating, like removing the last of the three questions, I would just like say to attempt to answer some of the concerns that have been raised. I think firstly, the separation of the question and the removal of the third question regarding whether or not this should be non-opt-outable. In my mind, I think that addresses concerns with regards to whether or not this should actually be student funded. If students do not believe that Wellness World is something that should be pursued, they can of course vote down the fee increase or opt out in the case that this amendment should pass. I would furthermore, to my knowledge, and the VP Student Life can correct me if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge, we would not be the first university to implement the system. I believe that it was first implemented by the University of Ottawa. So it's not completely untested. We're not the first university to implement the system. It's not something that's being invented from the ground up. It's something that we've had a chance, at least the executive committee has had a chance to test, to try out, and something that's been implemented already by other universities. And for the purposes of this debate, I believe, I will echo the words of the VP Student Life in saying I believe that it is at least worthwhile to send it to referendum and allow students to make the decision as to whether or not they believe this is something that is worth spending student money on. I think that if the question is whether or not this is fit to be voted on by students, I believe that we've more than satisfied our burden of proving that yes, this is something that we've tested, this is something that's been documented, this is something that has been successful in other universities, and it should be at least proposed as an option to be implemented by referendum. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, hi. May I motion to suspend the rules? And I'm doing so to bring item 15A of the agenda up to 14A. And that's just my report. And I'm doing so because I really have an early morning tomorrow. It starts at 6 a.m. and I need to get some sleep. So
yeah, we're also just going to note that in line with our standing rules, only one postpone is allowed.
Okay.
So yeah, so it would be dependent of the dais that we look favorably on this. So just for clarification, Councillor Morgan, you would be acceptable waiting for the verdict of 13C to occur again, or would you like to suspend the rules to go to your motion to go to your report immediately?
Can I suspend the rules to go to my report immediately?
Right, we have a motion to suspend the rules to that capacity. Can I have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion to suspend the rules has been granted. I'm just going to note for all the individuals who have raised their hands, you can keep them raised and we'll just go right back to it. But for the time being, Councillor Morgan, you have 3 minutes to present your report.
Thank you so much to the dais and the Legislative Council. So, hi, my name is Mary Morgan, and I'm the Physical and Occupational Therapy Counselor on SMU. So my report is very short because it's still a little bit more new for us in the year. And for me, the updates that I have is we had our first Legislative Council was on September 11th. Over the summer, we had actually a change in our POTUS constitution. It was rewritten by POTUS president and a couple of our VPs to be more specific in what every role entails. Our first POTUS newsletter was sent out on September 21st, and it's been sent out every week since then. Our qualifying year and year one elections ended up, so we have now new representatives of U1 and the qualifying year, which is the pre-masters year, and we have a VP of Equity and Wellness who organizes bi-weekly mental health and social justice talks for the faculty, and this is a new initiative that we started this year. As for our past events, our FROSH was done for us. It was done remotely via Zoom, and it was actually a success, which was something that we were not expecting. Decisions regarding our PTOT games, which is an event that we do every year, is still in discussion because we don't know if it's going to be remotely or if it's going to be held at all. And we are in the process of creating safe social events. Mind you, this was done before September 24th, so we weren't in a red zone at that time, but now we're not doing any social events in person. It's all going to be remotely. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Morgan, are there any questions on the report of Councillor Morgan? Hearing none, we'll also note the permanent departure of Councillor Morgan at 22:54. All right, moving back.
Order, maybe? I don't understand. No, this is
Councillor Smith?
Yes, just Councillor Dariani, or Senator Dariani mentioned in the chat that he has been on the speaking list for a while, and I just want to make sure you knew that. Yeah.
Yep, thank you very much. Yep, we are going to first recognize, we're also going to note that every individual who has been on the speaking list has been on for a reasonable amount of time. Senator Dariani will be following Councillor Wan. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So first, I'd like to make some points that I had mentioned earlier, but I'd like to restate them. So I think that based on what we know so far, I don't think that we as SMU don't have enough information about the company. First off, if you look at their website is pretty much skeleton bones. They don't have much information about what they do and what they offer. Next, we don't have any metrics on how well they performed at U Ottawa. And also, they're a new company. So I don't think that this is an informed decision. We don't know if they have these structures and systems and resources in place to support another school being part of their purview. Next, I'm not sure if this is the best use of student resources. I agree that the mental health fee should be increased, but what should this fee be used for? Maybe it could be used to hire more therapists for students. I think we should ask the students what they need, and then based on that, utilize the excess in funds. And lastly, I think if we do decide to go for Wellness World, I think we should at least delay this until next referendum, so until spring referendum. So we have at least 6 months more to see if Wellness World continues to be effective at U Ottawa at the minimum. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Senator Dariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to echo the sentiments of the medicine Councillor Wan, and I'd like to move the amendment to also just remove the second question. So the first question would simply read renewing the fee by 40 cents.
Just wait, sorry.
Sorry, Senator Ranani, the second motion, but
essentially
Which one would you like to remove? Because you said the second one, and then you said you wanted to keep the one that said increase the fee.
Let me just rephrase. So essentially, the question would read, do you agree to renew the fee by 40 cents starting winter 21 until fall 23 and remove the second question? Essentially, if you remove the second question, it doesn't state the fee, and I want the first question to state the fee.
Sorry, I'm just where does the by 40 cents come in? Because there's a change from 40 cents to $1.66, but that change is $1.22, not 40 cents. So if you're increasing it, there's no increase by 40 cents. It's increased by $1.20. Sorry, $1.26.
Renewal off, maybe it's just the use of the preposition, because from what I read, the current understanding that I have is that the current fee is 40 cents.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm saying that I want to ask the question whether we should just renew the fee by 40 cents. So no increase at all.
Okay, so Wing, the question would be, do you agree to renew the mental health fee at 40 cents? So that's been a formal amendment.
Sorry, point of parliamentary procedure, would this be an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, this would be to the amendment. Because the current, it would be because the amendment that we are sitting on would be removing the non-opt-outable, and the amendment to the amendment would be removing the second question as well, and by de facto removing that one, keeping it at 40 cents. Okay, moving on. Councillor Guiazda Amzil.
Oh, that might have been from earlier. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did we get a seconder?
No, not yet. My apologies. Can we have a second on Senator Daryanani's amendment to the amendment?
Guiazda Amzil, the second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guiazda Amzil. Senator Daryanani, you may motivate.
Well, for the reasons that Councillor Wan mentioned, I do agree that there may have been a lack of consultation and the lack of results coming from U Ottawa. So perhaps consultation with U Ottawa and consultation with the student body on whether such a resource is needed. And another reason is that there are lots of mental health resources. And while I do think that it would be helpful for such a software to aggregate all these resources in one place, and I do acknowledge that there is the social platform in this app as well, I do feel that the investment made for the Student Wellness Hub that Councillor Guiazda Amzil brought about of $12 million is significant and should be able to consider such a change into the website to incorporate all the resources. And additionally, I do want to stress that the local wellness advisors, which faculties and residences also have the role of aggregating and pointing students towards certain resources. So I think that the first use of Wellness World is not necessarily productive and helpful for students.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Daryanani. With that, we're going to move on to debate on the amendment to the amendment. VP Student Life.
Thank you. I also want to address some of the concerns that are being brought up by Councillor Daryanani and also Councillor Wan. So one thing that was mentioned was that it seems apparent to a few councillors that there was insufficient feedback from students or insufficient consultation that was going into this motion. And I really want to stress one thing, that this summer was spent consulting with students on this Wellness World solution. So in the motion, as you'll read, we've consulted with numerous groups and numerous individuals who've all in fact expressed that this is something that this portal addresses gaps that have existed at McGill for a long time. Additionally, I want to mention that I also want to give a big shout out to Julia, who is our mental health commissioner and helped in fact put together this whole motion and like did so much of the legwork for the Wellness World portal, and all of the research and all of the consultation that went into this on her end too. So I think part of this is potentially that counselors today, and maybe it's me who's not making, who's not giving enough context, but I certainly want to tell you that it's been a summer of consultation on Wellness World. There's sufficient information that we can provide you about what students think about the portal, and what we're intending here is that, like, I know that there's a lot of information that I can provide you now that I didn't provide you for this motion, but hopefully with the campaign, we will be able to like let you know, I guess, what the outcomes of Wellness World were like at U Ottawa, what students have been saying about the portal. You'll be able to see like a demo or like screenshots of what it's actually like, and then make a more informed decision on whether you think it's valuable or not. Because, and I say that because, like, it's really unfortunate that today is the last day that we can put forward referendum questions for this referendum, and I wouldn't want to wait until winter 2021 for us to move a referendum question. If there's information that is available to us now that I could hypothetically give you and like would help you make a more informed decision. But I just want to bring it back to the fact that this is being moved as a referendum question, and students will be able to decide and make an informed decision on it based on the campaign info that we provide. So I think, again, like it really, I would hate to just move this into next semester just because we think that there's not enough information. If that information can be provided in a campaign, if students are able to make an informed decision on this semester and see its implementation for next semester. Yes, that is all.
All right, thank you very much. VP Student Life, VP University Affairs.
Right. I guess I just want to take issue with how this is being handled, or how this was brought about procedurally. Like, frankly, I think it was a little bit underhanded to like re-spark debate on Wellness World as a whole when we entered into, when we suspended the rules and voted to suspend the rules in order to make like I guess essentially like a friendly like procedural correction. And I would say that like we have already debated Wellness World, as like the VP Student Life has gone above and beyond to has gone above and beyond to argue for this motion, to argue for Wellness World, to explain like the extent to which consultations were conducted over the summer, which I can also attest to. I'd also say that I think there might be a bit of a misconception here that that like council has the responsibility to protect students from like this new fear, to protect students from Wellness World, when like Wellness World was the product of student consultations. It's something that we were asked to provide. This is a service that SSMU was asked to provide to students. And I think that I will say, like, it's not as if we're simply like approving this allocation of funds. Like, us approving this referendum question is not going to automatically increase the fee. We're simply deciding whether or not this question is fit to go to referendum. And I think any questions regarding like whether or not Wellness World will, I guess, like work out in the end, which like I frankly am of the opinion that I think it will work out. I think it will satisfy student concerns. But regardless, I think that this should be a conversation about like the validity of the question. And I think that the VP Student Life has gone like really frankly like out of their way to show that like this was consulted extensively. If you read the motion, there's like extensive evidence of consultation. There's extensive reasoning for Wellness World. And for all of these reasons, regardless of how you feel personally about Wellness World, I think that it should be at least allowed to go to referendum so that the same students that were consulted over the summer can vote on whether or not it should actually be like pursued as a full service. And for that reason, I think that we should vote down this amendment and continue with the rest of the council meeting.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. First off, I'd like to apologize if I ever seemed like accusatory or anything throughout this entire process. I don't doubt that you've done lots of work in the consultation process. But I still would like to reiterate that even though the company was consulted, it does not change the fact that they are a new company, and there is no data to prove that what they do is effective. I do think that there is a gap in terms of the current resources that are offered to McGill students, and that something needs to be addressed to that. But I don't think that currently, as it stands, we are in a position to know that Wellness World is able to offer that. So I think that at the very minimum, we can give Wellness World a chance, but I don't think now. We should wait until winter when we can ask them, hey, can you set up some metrics, and can you prove that you can achieve these metrics? Can you prove that you actually are making an impact? So I think we should definitely give them a chance, but I don't think now is the time. There's not enough information for that yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Councillor Williamson.
Councillor Wan, I appreciate the points you're making about, yes, this is a new company, but I think that something that is important for us to consider is that this semester has been online and university is online, and this is an online program which allows students more connections when traditional resources that McGill offers are not available as accessibly or as easily. And so I would like to say that I think it's incredibly important that we get it through on this referendum to give students the opportunity to put it in faster because we are in a mental health crisis.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Guiaz-de-Amsel.
Yeah, I think the sort of moralizing attitudes are not particularly conducive to proper debate, especially with respect to like it not being council's role to protect students against fees. I don't think anyone's necessarily saying that. I think what's happening is, you know, like there's been a pretty sizable deliberation on what the role of SSMU should be in delivering fees. It's up to council to determine new fees. I don't think that's necessarily just a referendum thing. I would add that SSMU in the past has at various points paid for products that ended up being like really badly used. So there's, you know, some value of drawing from history there. Yeah, like I personally think that the Wellness Hub should be paying for this. That's been a part of longstanding SSMU advocacy that, you know, McGill tries to shove off its operational costs onto student bodies. So I don't necessarily think it's like this overly moralistic attitude. It draws from a lot of advocacy experience. It doesn't necessarily make sense that we're paying for this. And I don't think that's because there's a lack of confidence in the work that people have done. Obviously, there's a need for this that's coming up through consultations, but the delivery of that need is not necessarily going to be based on the consultations. It's an action plan that has to be determined by the executives with the advice of council. That's what council is trying to do.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz-de-Amsel. VP Student Life.
I think that was from before.
Okay. Councillor Williamson, is this also from before? Okay. All right, Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call the question.
All right, we have a motion to call the question. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krosik. Is there any opposition?
Sorry, point of information. Is this are we now voting on the amendment by Councillor Dariani? Yeah.
Yeah, the amendment, which would be
yeah.
To strike out, do you agree to increase this fee? And would simply add the at 40 cents, but it would completely get rid of the second question in its entirety. All right, with no opposition, we're going to conduct this by Zoom poll yet again. I'm just going to make a new poll real quick. And the poll has been launched. Thirty more seconds, councillors. Parliamentarian, I'm going to note that you're not on mute.
Sorry, I was reading something else.
I'll announce the closure of voting. With 10 in favor, 5 opposed, and 8 abstentions, the motion has been approved. Such will go back to debate on the main motion. Debate on the main motion will now pertain to what is on the screen now. All individuals wishing to speak can either raise their hand.
Point of favor, could you repeat the vote? That didn't seem right, because it sounded like the motion passed, but the amendment was deleted.
No, the amendment was not deleted. The amendment was to strike it, and so by striking the amendment, like the amendment was to strike something. By formally removing it, the motion has been that thing that the amendment sought to strike has been struck.
Okay.
So yeah, Councillor Smith. So I mean, I can just show you if I go back. It was to strike these 2 lines, and then to keep this line here.
I thought I heard something.
Point of order, though, as this was an amendment to an amendment, don't we still have to vote on like the amendment as a whole?
What was the amendment once again?
The amendment was to remove the 3rd question, the non-opt-outable question.
Oh, yeah. Wayne, can you put that one back? Okay. Yep, so we're now once again returned to debate on the amendment, which is, do you agree to make this fee non-opt-outable? If there's any individuals wishing to speak on that, they can indicate so via the speaking list or by raising their hand. VP University Affairs.
Okay, so to my understanding, if this amendment were to be voted down, likewise, the amendment by Senator Darianani would likewise be struck. As such, I'd like to reiterate that, in my opinion, while I definitely respect the spirit of the amendment, and in many senses in agreement, I would still argue that it was conducted in a somewhat underhanded way, and would further argue that in that sense, the amendment that we're now voting on is by no means true to the original spirit in which it was presented by the Vice President Student Life. As such, I would recommend that this amendment also be voted down, as it was essentially killed by another amendment after we had voted to suspend the rules. As such, I can summarize, Wellness World was this executive team's response to student consultation over the summer. It was in response to a service that students were asking us to provide. Do I think in the end that McGill should be paying for this? Yes, unequivocally, this should be a service offered by the Wellness Hub. That being said, the reality that we find ourselves in is that it is not a service offered by the Wellness Hub, and to our best efforts, the university is not willing to fund such an effort. That leaves us with the responsibility of trying to cover the services that were asked of us by our constituents, and Wellness World was our best attempt at doing so. I will say that again, this is not a completely untested service. It has been successfully, I might add, implemented by the University of Ottawa. It is the response of extensive student consultation. It has been demoed and tested by the executive team, and we found it to be useful, frankly. And again, I just want to add that to respect the original sentiment in which this amendment was presented by the Vice President University Affairs in an attempt to make a correction to make it easier for if students did not agree with Wellness World to opt out, to provide some kind of potential solution to the concerns that were raised. I don't think that it was fair for the amendment to the amendment to be introduced, essentially killing that spirit. And so for that reason, I guess I would now advocate that this amendment likewise be voted down.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Mulvaney.
Yes, sorry, point of personal privilege here. My computer is at 2% and is probably going to die here. I do not have access to a charging cord where I'm at, so I would just like to note for the record the potential absence of the athletics rep from Legislative Council.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Mulvaney. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak on the debate on the amendment at this time?
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
All right, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
J'aimerais bien parler en support de l'intervention de la vice-présidente aux affaires universitaires. Vu qu'il y a beaucoup moins de conseillers et conseillères ici présentement qu'il y avait au début du décision et à la première décision d'approuver cette question, même si moi personnellement je suis en défaveur, je trouve qu'effectivement, comme Brooklyn Frizzle avait argumenté, que le processus dont on fait la révision n'est pas vraiment honnête.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. We'll next go towards Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to speak to the underhanded comment that Vice President Frizzle made. I don't think that this whole amendment process was underhanded since, first of all, Senator Daryanani was the one who initially called the motion to question. So, and Senator Daryanani was also the person who proposed an amendment. So I think that if anything, calling the motion to question at first was maybe done a bit premature prior to full discussion. Just want to add that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there Councillor Guiaz de Amsel, is this from before?
Oui, désolé.
Okay. Councillor Frizzle.
Thank you. So, right, yeah, no, to maybe add some more context, I do want to remind that, like, for all intents and purposes, this motion was, as you know, all motions are at Legislative Council, duly scrutinized, questioned, debated, and passed as it was before the original amendment. And I would like to point out that the only reason that the fee increase is now not included was that a second amendment was introduced after the Vice President's student life moved to suspend the rules so that a procedural correction could be made. And in that sense, I find the Second Amendment to be, yes, like as Councillor Wan said, underhanded in the sense that it piggybacked on a suspension of the rules intended for a procedural correction, and that now the motion that was approved by, as Councillor Guiaz de Amsel pointed out, more councillors than are present now. I would not say that it would be fair for us to pass this amendment, considering that it is not true to the motion that was already scrutinized, questioned, debated, and passed by a fuller council than is present today. I think that it would be underhanded, and I do not think that it would be in good faith with the motion that was originally passed. And for that reason, I think that this should be voted down. I realize that there are critiques for this motion. Those critiques were brought up in the original debate. They were heard, they were answered, and the motion was approved as it was before these amendments. If it was the desire of council to amend this motion, that should have been done. To amend this motion in any procedural way, that should have been done in the original session of debate. That did not happen, and for that reason, I would strongly recommend that this be voted down, that this amendment be voted down. And as a point of parliamentary procedure, I would ask if there's a way to appeal the decision with regards to the fact that it was not true to the original motion that was passed.
Yep, you can do an objection to the okay, there's two ways. One is just basically more polite than the other. You can do an objection to the consideration of the chair, which is, so to speak, the less polite way. That's typically done in rulings where I make a personal ruling. However, if you'd like to make it, I won't object. Well, I mean, I can't object. You can also just do an objection to the consideration of the question. And that would be the same without the like details about what message it would send to the speaker, so to speak.
If they're procedurally identical, I would move the latter.
Okay. All right, so we have an objection to the consideration of the question. And can I have a second?
I'll second.
Sorry, who seconded there?
Councillor Karasik.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Seeing that we have a second, VP University Affairs, would you like to motivate?
Sure. Yeah, I'm more than happy to repeat that. Like, quite simply, I'm not saying that I would have supported the amendment if it was conducted differently, but in my mind, the only way for it to have been fairly considered would have been for Councillor Darianani to have motioned to suspend the rules of their own accord in order to move the amendment. That was not done. It was tacked onto a procedural amendment of the Vice President's Student Life. I'm not going to make I'm not going to make a judgment as to whether, I'm sure that the amendment was well-intentioned. I can see the argument behind it. I respect those arguments. I would simply say that those arguments were already presented much earlier in this council session. They were heard, they were answered, we moved on, we passed the motion, as it was before the amendment. And I think that, to the contrary, the Vice President's Student Life Amendment was still within the was still within the spirit of the motion that we had passed, again, with a fuller council than we have now. I think that the motion that sits before us is no longer within the same spirit of the motion that was originally presented. And for that reason, I do not believe that it was fair. I do not believe that it was fair for such amendment to be presented after the Vice President's tacked on to the Vice President's Student Life's Amendment. For that reason, I believe that decision should be questioned.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. I'm just going to add it in the speaking. All right, for clarification, objection to the consideration of the question. So firstly, we're going to enter into debate. If we do require a 2/3 threshold to object to the consideration of the question successfully, if we object to the consideration of the question, we would essentially reallow the original amendment, the original amendment to the amendment to be re-entered into voting. At that time, I'll now recognize individuals wishing to participate on objection to the consideration, on debate of objection to the consideration of the question, and we'll first look towards Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Oh, désolé, encore une fois, ma main a été levée d'une intervention précédente.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Councillor Guiaz de Amsel. Are there any individuals wishing to participate on the objection, on the debate to objection to the consideration of the question, please? Nope. Seeing none, we're going to, we'll move forward with the vote. I'll note once again that this requires a two-thirds majority.
Madam Speaker, motion to call for a roll call vote.
All right, we have a motion to call for a roll call vote. This in default also requires for a 1/2 majority, but we'll first do it through unanimous consent. So we have a motion to do it by roll call. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, we'll conduct this by roll call vote. I am just going to go in order of the participants in which they show up for me. So when I call your name, say either approve, /yes, oppose /no, or abstain. And Parliamentarian Wong, could I ask you that when they vote that you can just keep track of the number of individuals who vote?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Karasik.
Just a quick point of personal privilege. Yes, in this case is we agree to objecting to the consideration? Or is it no that's objecting?
Yes would be in favor, objection to the consideration of the question, which means that you should re-enter into debate on the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, we're going to begin with Councillor Elzamar.
Yes.
Right.
If I understand correctly.
Yep.
If I understand correctly, yes.
Right. Councillor Ambelata, I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm not, Councillor Ambelata?
Yes.
Councillor Guiaz de Amsel?
Yes.
Councillor G?
Yes.
Councillor Krosick,
Yes.
Councillor Wan,
No.
Councillor Bonin,
Yes.
VP University Affairs.
I have a vote.
You have a vote because this isn't a motion. We'll grant votes to executives because it isn't a main motion, but in actual motions like approval.
Oh, then yeah, resoundingly yes.
Point of information. Yep. Does that mean that the initial, when we actually passed the amendment to the amendment, because the executives weren't voting in that vote, does that still make it valid?
Were voting or weren't?
We were. I mean, I wasn't.
We're going to no, because when we're actually like, okay, so when we're going to distinguish the difference between like privileged and subsidiary motions, given that like this is on, given that this is a more this is a procedural motion, I'm going to make the ruling that executives are allowed to vote on any motions, on any privileged or subsidiary motions, that is motions that relate to the motions that relate to the main motion itself. So amendments, executives are not allowed to vote. Councillor Daryanani, Senator Daryanani.
Thank you. I still am a little unclear on why. I don't have a problem with executive voting on this, but how is this procedural when, for me, I think that going into recess is something that's more procedural, and this in fact is substantive to the question and to an amendment.
Because ultimately I didn't write Robert's rules and this was deemed a procedural vote.
But what's the difference? Like, how is this procedural?
It's just deemed, there's 3 categories of motions. There's subsidiary, privileged, and incidental. And this motion, and we can take a recess and I can confer, but.
No, it's nothing like, I just really just want to know like which one is this, privileged, subsidiary, or procedural. I don't know the 3, but yeah.
I can, I'm just going to check. Yeah.
And the reason being because we had a previous motion before this, which also had an amendment to a motion. And so I'm just a little curious as to where can who vote.
Okay, just given that the executives, I'm just going to ask, when you voted, when there was the question to divide the question, did you vote?
I did not.
Okay, then we're going to move forward with you're not going to be allowed to vote. I apologize for the miscommunication there. So we'll strike the vote from the VP University Affairs. I apologize again. Councillor Bonin, did I believe I asked you?
Yes, but if you need to ask me again, the answer is yes.
Councillor Smith.
I vote yes.
Senator Daryanani?
No.
Councillor Kirksu?
Yes.
Councillor Awan?
Yes.
Councillor Reed?
Yes.
Councillor Zhang?
Yeah.
Councillor Page?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yes.
Councillor Morali?
Yes.
Councillor Collins?
Yes.
Councillor Gunderman?
Yes.
Councillor Kunzen?
Yes.
Councillor Litvina?
Yes.
Councillor Sood?
Yes.
And Councillor Lee?
No.
Did I miss any individual? Wing, can you confirm, Parliamentarian Wong, can you confirm that that was that the 2/3 threshold was reached?
Yep, so there's 20 in favor and 3 against.
All right, thank you very much. With that, the question, the objection to the consideration of the question has been approved. As such, we will now re-enter debate onto the original amendment to the amendment. Wing, are you able to get this back? up. Okay. And so I will note that for clarification, the amendment to the amendment would be to strike, do you agree to increase this fee by $1.26 from 40 cents to $1.66 per student per semester? And that is that was the amendment to the amendment. All individuals wishing to speak can either indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hands. VP University Affairs.
Right, so I will, I'll try to limit as much as I can. I realize we're going way over time. I would just say that anyone who voted in favor of the objection to the question should now vote down this amendment. All of, like, my arguments stand with regards to the fact that this was not presented in a fair way, that should this amendment pass, that this motion would cease to be in the spirit of the original motion that was presented and passed by council when there were, you know, a handful of more councilors here. I think that in passing this amendment, the motion, the referendum question itself ceases to be true to its original intent. And if we're going to conduct this in a way that is true to the spirit of the question, that is true to the work of the Vice President Student Life, to the Mental Health Commissioner, to countless other individuals that spent the entire summer consulting students, working with Wellness World, and then putting together this motion, like last minute, I might add, that this amendment cannot be allowed to proceed. And as such, I would encourage that we vote no on this amendment.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak on this motion at this time? Councillor Smith.
I motion to call the question.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. As such,
can I move to call again by roll call?
Yep, just wait. We're gonna just so the question has been called, and we have a motion from the VP University Affairs to vote by roll call. This requires a simple majority. I'll first ask if there is an individual willing to second.
I'll second.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life. Is there any opposition to conducting this vote by roll call?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Daryanani.
Does a motion to call by unanimous consent take precedence over roll call?
I believe I have an answer, but I'm going to confirm. Yeah, it takes priority. Would you like to motion such?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Councillor Wine seconds.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to note that unanimous, for clarification, unanimous consent. I'm going to ask for any opposition. And then, so if a unanimous consent would be in the affirmative, as in, is there any opposition? If you oppose, that means you oppose to approving the amendment to the amendment once again.
I oppose.
All right, hearing opposition, we will revert back to the previous motion, which is to conduct a vote by roll call. Is there any opposition on this motion?
Yes. Wait, sorry, no.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan.
Inquiry. So, Councillor Chip Smith.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, well, I said the full name. So Councillor Smith voted in objection of a unanimous consent vote?
Yes.
Yeah, which means that the unanimous that it will not be considered by unanimous consent.
So, and the speaker asked whether there's any objection on that. So if I object on that, then what would be the voting procedure?
Then we'd move back to then we'd conduct a vote. Then I would do a vote by poll. And then if there was still a simple majority, it would still go forward with the vote by roll call.
Okay, so I object roll call vote, and I want the vote to be done by Zoom poll.
You can't that proposition. You can only say that you can't make that proposition. You can only say that you object. There is no counter amendment. Okay.
Can I motivate?
Yeah, I'll let you motivate, and then we'll do the. We'll allow you to motivate, but we're still with the assumption that we're still going to have to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I would encourage everyone, for the sake of, I guess, democratic transparency in the sense, to vote in favor of a vote by roll call. I think, especially because this has been quite contentious, and especially since at this point the debate has become around like fairness in parliamentary procedures, I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of a vote by roll call. At the end of the day, like if you're representing your constituents, at the end of the day, like that's all of our job. Like you should be able to voice your concerns openly, in doing so by like a vote by roll call.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Bonin, we aren't taking, okay.
It's a point of parliamentary procedure. It's just to explain, to understand that if like the vote by roll call just requires that 2/3 say that we vote by roll call, right?
So a vote by roll call. So in order to, because currently our de facto way of voting for a motion that's not like on a main motion, it would be through a Zoom poll. And so instead we would, so in order to change the vote period, we need a 1/2 majority. And then we would, after receiving that 1/2 majority, which we'd be conducting on the Zoom poll, then after that, if we've received the 1/2 majority, we would move off Zoom poll and I would read out councillor names.
Perfect.
All right. All right, the poll has been launched, everyone.
To clarify again, executives are not allowed to vote on this, right?
Yeah. Give you 15 more seconds, councillors. All right, polling has now concluded with 12 in favor, 9 opposed, and 2 abstentions. The motion has been approved. As such, we will move forward with a vote by roll call. Once again, parliamentarian, if you could assist me in tracking the number of in favor / approved, opposed, and abstentions, that would be greatly appreciated. So we'll begin with Councillor Elzamar.
Forgive me. What does my yes vote mean in this case? What does my no vote?
So your yes vote would be, if you vote in favor, it would to say that you agree that this amendment to the amendment should occur. To clarify for councillors, the amendment to the amendment that was put forward was to strike the, do you agree to increase this fee by $1.26 from 40 cents to $1.66 per student per semester. The amendment to the amendment was to strike that. A vote in favor would agree that that should be struck, and as such that the mental health fee should just simply remain at 40 cents with no any additional add-ons. And a vote in the negative, in the opposition, would mean that you oppose the amendment to the amendment and thus vote against.
So if I vote against, I'm supporting an increase in the fee, right? Then I vote against.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so we have one individual against. Councillor Guiaz de Amsel.
Contre.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smith.
I vote against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Umbalata.
I vote against.
All right, thank you very much. Counselor G?
Abstain.
Thank you very much. Counselor Krosick?
I vote against.
Wait, no, sorry, never mind.
Counselor Krosick?
Sorry, yeah, I vote against.
Okay. Counselor Wan?
I vote for.
Counselor Bonin?
I vote against.
Counselor Smith?
I voted against. You already mentioned my name.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Sorry, the names keep moving up and down my participants list. Senator Daryanani?
In favor.
Counselor Kirksu?
Against.
Counselor Awan?
Against.
Counselor Reed?
Against.
Counselor Zhang?
Against.
Counselor Page?
Against.
Counselor Williamson?
Against.
Counselor Fernandez?
Against.
Counselor Kunzen?
Against.
Counselor Gunderman?
Against.
Counselor Morali?
Against.
Counselor Litvina? Counselor Litvina?
Against.
Thank you very much. Counselor Lee?
In favor.
Counselor Sood?
Against.
Did I miss Counselor Collins? Did I miss you?
Yeah, you did. I'm voting against.
Okay. Did I miss any other individual?
Point of personal inquiry.
Counselor Smith?
I think there's some, there might have been a bit of question with my vote with the 2 times. I just want to confirm I voted against.
Yep. Wing's got it.
Yeah.
With no individuals remaining, given that this only requires a simple majority, I can state surely that the majority in opposition has been reached, and as such, the amendment to the amendment has been struck.
So what would the form of the amendment look like now?
Okay, so remove the. It would VP Student Life. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it would unstrike the. Do you agree to increase this fee? Keep that one. But keep the. Do you agree to make this fee non-opt-outable? Keep that striked. Correct, VP Student Life?
Exactly. Yeah. That's correct.
Remove the at 40 cents in the. Do you agree to renew the mental health fee? And then unstrike to. Do you agree to increase the fee? All right. This is the motion as it stands now. We'll consider, Wing, also cross out the do you agree to make this fee non-opt-outable? Okay, so we're back on the motion, the debate on the amendment, which is to cross out the do you agree to make this fee non-opt-outable? All individuals wishing to speak can either raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I a motion to call the question?
All right, we have a motion to call the question. VP Student Life, VP University Affairs, given that you are the only other individual who has indicated that they'd like to speak, would you be amenable to that?
I'll second.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any opposition to calling the question? Hearing none, the question has been called. I'm just going to formulate this into a proper Google Forms just for in terms of creating the voting record. If you guys can someone grant me a 1-minute recess?
Can I, before you do that, is it possible to move it by unanimous consent?
Yeah, that would be fine. All right,
I'll move that.
Perfect, thank you very much. We have a motion to approve it by unanimous consent. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion has been unanimously approved.
Madam Speaker, point of personal privilege.
Councillor Smith.
Seeing it being 11:47, we still have to do reports. I'd like to motion, and we're going to have to do a recess anyway in the middle of reports. I'd like to motion to move the provincially mandated recess to now, so we recess for 10 minutes.
All right, that's very much in order. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion has been granted, and the 10-minute recess will begin now at 23:47 and will end at 23:57.
at the executive committee report. I don't believe there was anything particularly contentious that went through executive committee in the past 2 weeks. That being said, more than happy to field any questions that might be brought by council.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the executive committee at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on. We'll move on to item 14B, report from funding committee. We'll go to VP Finance for this.
Thank you. Yeah, so these are the funding applications that were approved over the month of September. The first one is $2,405.04 for the Montreal COVID Relief Fund. This application is for weekly food deliveries to people who are unable to leave their homes during the pandemic. And this organization provides food from cigars and household items from Dollarama on a weekly and need basis. The second one is McRun, the McGill Running Club, for $147.52. This application is just for their website, where they post health and nutrition tips, running tips, and training videos, and just other general helpful information for their club members. The last application was for $3,600 to the McGill Badger Racing Club. This is a club, I believe, under the EUS, and it was for registration fee for an online competition hosted by Formula SAE. And the competition included design presentations and sales pitches. Does anyone have any questions about the funding applications that were approved in September?
If there's any questions, I'll recognize them. Seeing none, given that funding reports require a motion to be approved, can I have a motion to approve the report and the subsequent approval of funding from the funding committee?
Motion to approve.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? All right. The report of the funding committee has been approved.
Before we move on, VP Finance, can I just request that you send me this document as a PDF so I can watermark it properly? Seeing as the funding application thing. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next move on to item 14. Do we not have any other? Oh, can you go back to the agenda, Wayne? Mental Health Committee. VP Student Life, is this available or would you like it to be postponed for the next meeting?
This is available. I think it's currently in the drive. I can present it.
Okay, perfect. There we go. Yeah, VP Student Life, you may present.
Okay, excellent. I'll try to make this really quick. Basically, in this report, we've talked about sort of the different elements of the mental health team. We've talked a little bit here about the outreach coordinator and the committee. The committee is progressing well. It meets on a bi-weekly basis, and they've planned Mental Illness Awareness Week, which actually today technically is the last day of that week. I'll move into advocacy coordinator and committee. Our MH advocacy coordinator, Mo, has been working really hard to do the following: compiling records of best practices with regards to COVID-19 and much more, releasing surveys too in the future to get more like student engagement and student feedback on what changes need to be made to the Wellness Hub and student services. The roundtable is occurring, meets every 3 weeks on Thursday evenings, and the first meeting happened on the 24th of September. We're working on a student mental health website which is Wellness World, which is meant to be the website that we have defined in the mental health three-year plan. And after that, and I've included a little bit of information about Wellness World here too. And final points, orientation week. So our mental health commissioner pushed Keep Me Safe as a service significantly during orientation week so that students know that it's available for them. And then there's a lot of, I think, meetings that are coming up for the mental health commissioner and advisory board and other committee meetings that are happening. So absolutely, if you're interested in these things, feel free to reach out to Julia. Her email address is mentalhealth@smu.ca. I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. VP Student Life, are there any questions on the report of the Mental Health Committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 15E. I don't believe, given that given the communication and more so like just organizational issues regarding the VP External's leave of absence, can we have a motion to postpone this report to the next meeting?
Motion to postpone until the next meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition?
I have a question.
On the postpone?
Yes.
Senator Daryanani?
Thank you. How many times has the report been postponed and how many times is permitted to be?
0 and once.
Okay.
Yep. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion, the report of the Community Engagement Committee will stand postponed. Moving on to item 15A, reports by councillors. We'll now move on to the report item 14, the report of the medicine representative. So Councillor Wan, you have 3 minutes to present.
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep it nice and simple. So first off, we started off the year with Frosh. Took place end of August. It was successful. We had a mix of in-person and virtual activities. All the in-person activities were socially distant, so we adapted the events by having, for example, park picnics and ice cream crawls instead of having close contact indoor events. And examples of virtual events included trivia night, talent night, and escape rooms, which were all done via Zoom. We also had elections at the end of August for our Med1 Council and for the positions of VP Global Health Junior. We had one GC meeting thus far, which took place on the 17th of September, and we discussed several topics. If you have any questions about them, feel free to contact me afterwards. We also had our council retreat end of September. We had a mix of in-person attendees and Zoom attendees, and we held a variety of workshops. I would like to point out that in particular, we had a very good anti-racism review and a strategic plan workshop. Next, we're continuing our collaboration with the Black Medical Students Association of Canada, and we're advocating for the Black student application pathway within the McGill Med faculty. We're also going through a curricular review looking for lectures which are particularly problematic, for example, only focusing on white male dermatological issues, etc. And we're also looking for ways where MSS can be actively anti-racist instead of being passive. Next, the MSS is looking to sign on to the IRP, which many faculties have already signed on to. We're doing the clothing sale as usual, but the medium will be different as in-person pickup is less likely to be happening. The faculty has been giving us in-person activities, which includes anatomy labs and ultrasound sessions for Med 1s, one anatomy lab for the Med 2s. Med 3s are beginning clerkship, but there are some issues as the Med 3s are the latest, McGill is the latest school to be beginning clerkship for the clerks, and the Med 4s are continuing their clerkship after a 2-month hiatus back in the spring. Our Halloween party is canceled. Our fall GA is taking place on December 2nd if we can find a medium for it to take place. Next, we have a new Gatineau campus where we have a new cohort of Med 1s which have just started medicine there. The program is delivered completely in French as opposed to English here. There are some issues that are currently being addressed. And we're also looking to set up governance there, both locally and within SMU. And lastly, I attended a Francophone Affairs Committee meeting, and there have been no Health and Dental Review Committee meetings thus far. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan, are there any questions on the report of Councillor Wan? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next report. So we're going to postpone. Can I have a motion to postpone, given that Councillor Bullhose had to leave early, given to the early timing of her internship? Can we have a motion to postpone the report of the education representative?
Motion to postpone, given that the representative had to leave early due to her early morning. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion will stand approved, and as such will be postponed until the next meeting. Moving on, we have item 15C, a report from Councillor G.
Okay, so this will be very short. So I split my activities for SMU activities and NUS activities. SSMU met once with the funding committee. There's no meeting yet for health and dental review. For NUS, we're in the process of fall 2020 by-elections. It actually just ended yesterday night on the 8th. We had nomination period from September 22nd to 27th, campaigning period from September 28th to October 4th, and voting period, which ended just last night. And we're trying to elect for the nursing senator, which will sit in the Senate caucus, the BNI graduation rep, the Bachelor of Science in Nursing U0 rep, and the Bachelor of Nursing, BNI U2 rep. And one of our motions we discussed during our meeting was to mandate the NUS bylaw, specifically NUS bylaw 5, in which those running for representative within the Nursing Council do not have to be in Montreal for the time being for the fall 2020 semester, mainly because 2 of the students who are running for council brought up the concern that they aren't in Montreal for the time being, and due to COVID situations, we allowed to mandate the law. And it was passed. And the Indigenous rep was appointed on September 28, 2020. We also had our online committee fair on October 8th as well. Those committees are within the Faculty of Nursing, consisted of Social Committee, Athletic Committee, Graduation Committee, Canadian Nursing Student Association Committee, and then GH Committee and the Wellness Committee. And we're also planning to vote on a constitutional change during actually not the by-elections, because there wasn't enough time to come up with something like that, but we want to create a BIPOC rep position, and that's still in the process of planning. And in terms of apparel sales, we're planning to do a website ordering system sometime within the next couple of days. Yeah.
All right.
And that's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the nursing representative? Seeing none, we'll move on to the report of the Senate caucus representative.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll try to keep this brief. For those who don't know me, my name is Darshan Dernani. I use he, him pronouns. I'm in my final year in the Faculty of Arts. I've listed the committees that I sit on. I'm very happy to be sitting on all of these committees. We've had successful discussions and committee meetings. Most of these committees are stemmed from my role of being affiliated with the AUS, the Senate, and SSMU itself. And just to highlight 3 recent meetings that were held. One was the Senate caucus discussion. This report was written last weekend, but we had a Senate caucus discussion this week. And so basically irrelevant to the athletics rep, we discussed athletics fee and how McGill actually has the money for athletics, but doesn't want to use it. Regarding teaching and learning, we discussed feedback on remote learning mainly. In addition to this, 2 additional remote feedback sessions that I've attended were held this morning with TLS, the Teaching and Learning Committee, and the other one was with the Faculty of Arts on Tuesday's Legislative Council. And the 3rd committee that I'd like to highlight is BACON. So just to highlight, you are free to submit submissions after consultation or your own regarding the naming of the 2 buildings, BACON and, regarding the 2 buildings, the SSMU and the 3501 Peel. The committee is called BACON. And well, yeah, this invitation is outdated. I was hoping that people who would see the report will attend the meeting. And in terms of my personal projects, we're working together with a group of senators to work on medical research, medical notes research to ensure that McGill has a more standard and lenient policy regarding medical notes acceptances for missed assignments and classes. And in terms of fall 2020 feedback, we're preparing a survey on accessibility for students, specifically to add a section onto the Know Your Rights campaign and to make sure that our accessibility document is updated, especially in light with COVID. I've included a bit of a calendar to just highlight how my weeks look like. So I encourage everyone and anyone to email me at my email list below, artsenator1@smu.ca for any concerns or feedback. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of Senator Daryanani? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 16, executive reports. Is there a member of the executive that would feel comfortable giving the report of the president in President Earl's absence?
I'm happy to read it.
Right, VP Affairs.
Right. Okay. So for governance, the president has been working on the campaign for the special referendum to approve the French translation of the Constitution. For advocacy and representation, the Board of Governors held their first meeting, which the president attended. Apparently, I heard it was quite short and quite casual. So CAMSR, will be meeting within the next 2 weeks, so that's relevant to all the society's efforts regarding divestment. For sustainability, the president had a meeting with the sustainability commissioners, and for projects, is continuing to work on the 5-year plan. We're currently on the second draft. So the president is currently meeting with services, mostly regarding the services section of the 5-year plan. I know I did a fair amount of work on the advocacy section, but anyway, for committees, the president attended meetings of the Bicentennial Steering Committee, the Francophone Affairs Committee, the McGill Advisory Committee on Sustainability, and attended a UCR meeting in the absence of the Vice President External, and is apparently working on some kind of campaign. Right, the president also attended a Bacon meeting, which Senator Daryanani spoke on. For, I guess, random meetings, the president had meetings with the governing documents researcher, with the entire executive team had a meeting with the executives of the Student Life and Learning Office, so those working under the Deputy Provost of Student Life and Learning, had a meeting with Election SMU, I'm going to guess, regarding the special referendum. Had another UCR meeting regarding, I'm going to assume, the transition of executives from one year to the next. Had a orientation planning group meeting, meeting with various groups regarding McGill's plan to address anti-Black racism. I was part of some of those meetings. And a meeting, and attended the TLS forum on remote student learning with a handful of the other executives, and also had a meeting with Divest with a handful of other executives. And for events, there is a Centre Aid meeting or event that I unfortunately cannot elaborate on.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs for presenting in the president's absence. Are there any questions on the report of the president? Seeing none, VP University Affairs once again.
Dope. Okay. Right. Okay. So for University Affairs and Academics, Senate met on September 22nd. They discussed motions or questions on harm reduction and the athletics facilities funding, which Senator Daryanani brought up, and the failed motion regarding the reimplementation of the winter 2020 SU policy. Senate nominating committee met. Senate nominating has not been particularly productive for the most part. We're waiting on PGSS nominations. However, there were a handful of faculty nominations that I won't speak on. Invitations have, right, okay, so with regards to Senate nominating, the Dean's Reappointment Committee for Management is being struck. Invitations have been extended to both BIPOC Days Hotel and to the management counselors, who then deferred to the president of the MUS for the advisory committee. And the next, for Senate steering, it met on October 6th. They're mostly just to approve the agenda and the discussion on McGill's plan for addressing anti-Black racism. So if anyone has any contributions to make, please email me or your faculty senator. For university advocacy, the exec team, as I said, met with the SSL executives. The USAP working group has started meeting. We're currently working on overhauling the preamble for academic racism. A handful of associations met with Angela Campbell, the AP Academic Equity and Academic Policies, regarding some concerns within philosophy. I've been meeting with the ASA, and ASA has been meeting with the anthropology department to address Islamophobia within their department. For equity, Bacon has been meeting. We are beginning our deliberations phase for naming proposals, but there is still time to submit your naming proposals. There's a link in the latest listserv. For employment equity, I'm still working on my project to get councilors and senators remunerated for their work. There was a referendum question coming that has been deferred until the winter semester to offer some more consultation. And the overhauled HR policy was approved, so that's cool. Working on the youth and care project, we're trying to revamp that, and I'm currently drafting a special researcher job description for equity infrastructure. The tone policing motion has been reapproved by council, yay. Hoping it gets ratified by board. For the back, the communications reference have been approved. I'm helping BSN set up an interim chair, and hiring is ongoing. For research and advocacy, the special researcher preferred names use and advocacy is like entering the final phases of the report. That should be presented soon. For academic accessibility and accommodations and student health and wellness, they're currently preparing their student surveys and working on essentially like document review. For Francophone affairs, that like should be released like soon. It's going to be hopefully released before the first ESAC meeting on the 20th. Know Your Rights, USAP was released, please read it. And if you have any feedback for the university student assessment policy, please send that to me or to Adrienne, the Student Rights Researcher Advocacy Commissioner for Research Infrastructure. We recently acquired a Qualtrics subscription, which is a professional survey platform. Like 30 seconds.
All right, motion to extend by 30 seconds. Can I have a second?
Second that motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, your 30-second extension has been granted. You still have 15, so you have 45 more seconds.
Amazing. I promise I'm trying to trim these down. Anyway, yeah, we have a Qualtrics subscription which is going to like greatly improve our research infrastructure. Then for libraries, our OER coordinator now improves meetings with the library regarding library improvement fund. The textbook broke campaign has been is revamped. Check out the Instagram page, and the student experience survey is out. Please contribute to that. And for study hubs, McGill Library is currently helping us set up our protocol for study hubs if we ever need to expand capacity. And yeah, that is my report if anyone has questions.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any questions on the report? Senator Darianani.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding study hubs. Will things change considering red alert and maybe situations getting worse, considering that the gyms have recently closed as well? And if so, what are the plans that SMU potentially have?
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs.
Yep, so SMU study hubs, essentially we're just planning a protocol like in case restrictions loosen and demand picks up for study hubs. We don't have plans to implement anytime soon, but we just want to have the capacity in case students need extra study space. Currently with the library, the plan currently is to, well, they're halting their expansion. So they initially plan to add new locations. That has been paused for now. As it stands now, the study hubs that are open will stay open. They're operating at reduced hours, so there's only one time slot available, but unless things change for the worse, those study spaces will be available for at least one slot. That is Redpath and Law. They will remain open for the time being with one study slot per day. And unfortunately, we will not be able to expand, but I will note that they did manage to expand to Mac campus. So now Mac campus has study hubs, which is, cool. That's it.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Seeing no further individuals with questions, we'll move on to item 16D, report of the VP Student Life. Oh, my apologies. I'm so sorry. I missed VP Finance. Report of the VP Finance first.
Thank you. Yeah, so this report is for the period of September 25th to October 8th. I'll start with general finances and accounting. So the finance committee had their first meeting. Started out to the councilors who sit on the committee. We discussed goals for the year and set meeting dates, and we are currently set to meet every 3 weeks. For the audits, the audit is still ongoing, and the auditors continue to be extra thorough this year, putting a lot of strain on the accounting team. Overall, there haven't been any issues. They just have a bunch of questions, like I said last time, because we didn't have a GM for 7 months last year. I spoke to the kind of main auditor. They indicated that it would be done by latest the 27th of October. So it's still going to be a while. Fees, so we're still working on proper fee allocations to the different departments, and the department officers are going to be receiving breakdowns of their fees in preparation for budget meetings. Moving on to clubs and services finances. So clubs, the virtual banking tokens, RBC confirmed that we're going to be able to transfer tokens online this week, which is much earlier than expected. So the accounting team and I will phase out physical tokens by the beginning of next week, hopefully. As for the token returns, so a day after communicating to clubs that their tokens would be mailed to them, the virtual token project was confirmed. So that means that we're no longer mailing out the tokens across the planet, which is fantastic. And clubs are going to be informed of this transition and be given a guide on how to use a virtual tokens shortly. The guide is actually being sent out now. So yeah, moving on to services. So budget reviews are ongoing this week. I started them on Wednesday. All services, like I said earlier, are going to receive a breakdown of their fee, including how much they have to work with this semester, a description of their fee, and when it expires. For credit cards, so credit cards will use the same service as executives and general staff cards, like what they use, which is called RBC Next Logic or IntelliLink. This will allow them to track and manage expenses in order to do monthly reconciliations, and this was tested last year on Midnight Kitchen and the executives. Moving on to funding, so the funding committee, likely due to COVID, there have been very few funding applications submitted so far. In fact, there have been 0 in the past 2 weeks. So I'm working with the funding commission right now to promote them more and ensure their use. For the ambassador fee, it's up for renewal. It was renewed. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to investment portfolio. So updates. The investment portfolio has fully rebounded despite COVID, showing a growth of 8.23% since this time last year. So reviews, accounting, the general manager and I will be conducting quarterly reviews of the portfolio, and I'll also consult with the finance committee on matters regarding our investments. For other spin, currently conducting 21 interviews, for the member at large positions. So far, we've had amazing applicants, and we are planning on doing virtual events maybe later in the year, and we'll adapt if anything changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the report of the VP Finance? Seeing none, we'll move on to the report of the VP Student Life.
Okay, yes. Yeah, great. So for my report, I'll start with clubs. So the clubs workshops took place on the 19th, 20th, and 26th. We're going to be organizing makeup trainings or alternative trainings soon. Club World Committee is progressing well. We're going to be doing our demos in the next 2 months. And I attended the student group administrative committee this week and met with various other groups to move on to services. So for services, I'm working on space agreements for them in the University Center. I'm looking for 2 members. We're looking for 2 members at large on this at the services review committee meetings as well. So please circulate that to folks who you think might be interested. For mental health, the first mental health roundtable meeting happened on the 24th. And as I mentioned before, Mental Illness Awareness Week is happening from the 5th to the 9th. And we've been doing Facebook Live sessions on Keep Me Safe too. To move on to the next section, which is communications. Oh, if you could just scroll, yeah, thank you so much. So we've been doing interviews for communications manager, and so the candidate has been chosen and they'll start in November. And we've also been making a lot of progress on the sponsorship review policy. So we're meeting monthly. Myself, the general manager, and some other staff are going to be meeting monthly to check in on sponsorship leads. On family care, I attended the Joint Board Senate Committee on Equity Subcommittee on Family Care, and I gave a couple of updates about the SMU daycare, and also we just approved the audited financials for the SMU daycare this week. In terms of student services, I have worked closely in the past few weeks with Campus Life and Engagement and the PGSS Internal Affairs Officer to provide greater support to clubs. I think I might have, I don't know if the screen is still being shared.
Wing?
Sorry, give me 1 second. Something clicked randomly. My apologies.
We won't consider this part of the 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I was basically done anyway. I'll just finish up with the miscellaneous stuff. I attended a Life Aid meeting, which is Life After Your Degree, as part of like alumni affairs. And I met with the Student Life and Learning executive team along with the rest of the executive. It was a nice chat, but that is it. I stand for any questions that folks might have.
All right, thank you very much. VP Student Life, are there any questions on the report of the VP Student Life? Seeing none. Can one of the executives remind me, had there been a submission from, I know that because of the leave of absence, okay, no. I'm gonna ask that someone, not even technically a postpone, given that the VP external is currently on a leave of absence, there's no expectation that such a report is asked, that such a report is actually presented. So can we have a motion to postpone indefinitely?
Motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wan. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion has been postponed indefinitely. Moving on to the last item on the agenda, everyone. We have, oh no, this is Councillor Karasik, Wing, you cannot, Councillor Karasik mistook the day he was presenting. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah. Alex, you're still, sorry, Councillor Karasik, you're still good to go. You haven't presented yet.
Cool.
But with that, we have officially concluded our meeting for this evening, everyone. There is no confidential session this evening, so moving on to the last item, adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn at this time?
Motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Second. Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we will motion to adjourn at 0:30.
What would even happen if someone objected to the adjournment?
Then we would do a vote by roll call, or like then
Oh
we would
God.
vote by like placard or poll, or yeah, it's happened.
Okay.
Before. It's happened before.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I'm glad it didn't happen. Nice work, everyone. It was nice seeing everyone again. I'm gonna go to bed. Night, folks.
Good evening, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good evening. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night,
Take care,
everyone.
everyone.